Hello friends, and welcome to today's Sunday Tea Time live stream. I hope you're all doing well. Do come say hello in the chat, let me know who's out there. I'm really looking forward to getting started today. I've had a bit of a strange week and a bit of a change around in the plan, but as you've no doubt seen from the title, we're going to work on an animation to use in OBS during these streams. I'm really looking forward to getting through to that and having a chat about what we're doing. So let me know who's out there. Oh, you're there already? Maria! Hello there, Maria. Welcome to the stream. You're here nice and early, as always. Good to have you with us. How are you doing today? And Tom's here. Hello there, Tom. Good to see you. Nexilaza. Hello. Nice little sunglasses you wear in there. Good to have you all with us today. So yeah, I've got a few things to work on today and a bit of a look back at last week, as per usual. And if you're new to these streams, welcome. These are just a chance for me to do some drawing and animating, a bit of a chat through OpenToonz and Tahoma, and for you to come along and join me and maybe learn a thing or two. Excellent, Maria. I'm going to mention the Lock Alpha in a little while. So I'm pleased you brought that up and I've already had a little play with it. It's so useful. So first, let me just do a quick bit of housekeeping. Just to mention that we're streaming here on Twitch and on YouTube, and the whole stream is being recorded and will be available later on YouTube if you have to nip out and miss any parts or want to rewatch anything that you've missed. So we stream each week on a Sunday, although next week it's likely to be Saturday rather than Sunday. So do subscribe and hit that bell to be notified of when we are streaming next, and to be able to see the countdown of what time the stream starts. And you can follow me on my socials on Twitter and on Facebook, and on there I share links to animations and animation stories that I think you'll find interesting, behind the scenes and small animations. And also I run a Discord server that you can come along and join, along with Tom and Maria, to share your animations, to learn about OpenToonz and Tahoma, and just chat with other people that are using the same software as you. And if you want to help out the channel, if you've enjoyed some of the streams or learnt something from some of the lessons, then you can always buy me a coffee just to throw a little bit towards me to help things out. But if you can't, no problem, it's great having you with us today anyway. And let me just pop open this little fella. It will appear from time to time during the stream. So I've made a few changes around here in lots of ways. Physical changes around my desk and in the studio, as well as changes in the streaming software. And we'll cover a little bit of that today. So things could be a little bit shakier than usual, but we'll see how they go. So I'll be here again for a few hours today. I'm not sure exactly how long we'll be here for, and I hope you can stay with me for as long as you can. I think what we'll be doing later on will be quite interesting, some of it, for some of you. I'm really looking forward to getting started. So just before we do, should we take a quick look at what happened last week? What happened last week? Okay, so the first thing to mention is if you missed my last Friday's video, and Maria's already mentioned it already, and it's to do with the Lock Alpha option on the My Paint brushes. And this is to allow you to fill an area on your drawing with any kind of blank colour, and then using a My Paint brush you can paint over just part of that area, whereas normally you can paint anywhere across the screen. But using the My Paint brushes with the Alpha Lock set, you can paint only where there is ink already. And to be able to do this, you have to separate the lines and the fills into two different columns, so the lines sit in front of the fills. So you have to have a little play with that. Here on the right here, you can see the Lock Alpha option in the settings. But thanks to Rodney, he pointed something out that I didn't realise, I'd kind of noticed but not fully understood, is if you've got a My Paintbrush selected to use, on the options toolbar at the top of the screen there, you'll see a lock alpha option. And that's a shortcut to using the lock alpha slider bar in the settings. So if you want to just lock the alpha while using My Paintbrush, you can just tick that box there, which is a really useful tip from Rodney, so thanks for that, Rodney. There's also an eraser tick box, which does the same thing for the erase option, which is further up here, I believe, in the settings. So that's 2 quick shortcuts to be able to get to the same option. And I've made this video because I wanted to demonstrate how you can use this feature using a drawing I was making. But one thing I didn't quite show, but I did mention, is if you just fill one area of part of your character and then use the My Paintbrush for lock alpha, then perhaps in a separate column or level fill a different area, you can then paint only in that area with the My Paintbrush. And what this allows you to do is to kind of simulate what you get in a lot of other drawing and animation software, where you can use the selection tool to draw a selection so your paint is only within that selection. So it's really useful to be able to tick the option and paint only within a specified area. Particularly if you're using, say, the airbrush, just paint a bit of a haze or a hint of colour around the side without going over the edge. Really useful feature there. Next week's video, I won't talk about just yet. I've already recorded one for next week, but I might change my mind and do a different one. I'm not too sure yet. With the new releases of OpenToonz and Tahoma due out soon, I want to make a video for those two when they're available to talk about the new features and bug fixes that's in those. So each week's videos is kind of quite fluid, but the one I've recorded for next week I'm really proud of, and I think it'd be really useful for a lot of you. And it's basically to answer an ongoing question that keeps reoccurring. So we'll see if that comes out, but that's coming up later. So what else have I done this week? I've had a busy week this week. I took another look at my scene for the Bugs Bunny collaboration that I've been working on for the past few weeks. So if I just reopen that, and basically I made a few small changes and submitted it as a final entry. So that little project is finally completed. There he is. So what changes did I make? Firstly, my little head in this tree that we added last week, I made it slightly smaller. It was far too large. It stood out too much. As it is, this still stands out quite a lot. And I thought about making it even smaller, but I wanted it to be visible and noticeable a little bit. So I kind of found a middle ground. So I made him a little bit smaller. The second thing I changed were the reins. When he falls off the dragon here, and the reins sort of went upwards, stopped dead, and then fell straight down and kind of looked unnatural, almost as though the reins had hit a wall then fell down. So I introduced a bit of a curve, so they move up and then curve over a little bit. So they look a little bit more natural. I've still got that slow motion towards the top, but it doesn't hit a brick wall, so it's a minor change there. And then I realised that where he shouts, "Whoa, dragon," and then he shouts another "whoa," and not actually used his mouth shapes for the mouth open that we did last week. So I re-added those into that section. So that was everything in here. So I've just put the volume back up, and hopefully this plays okay. So that's now fully submitted and completed. So I'm really happy the way that turned out. We spent quite a long time on it, and it did take quite a few weeks we were looking at it. But I think in all, for the amount of work I put in, perhaps it may be 3 or 4 days in total, it came out really well. And I think during it I've learned quite a lot. So it's really good to actually work through. Yulichek, hi there, welcome. Good to have you with us. And thank you, Maria. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it was good fun working on all of that over the number of weeks. I threw in everything I could from Tahoma as many features as I could use for two reasons. One, to get the animation looking as neat as it could be by taking advantage of the features. And the second thing is to demonstrate them to you as to how you can use the different features and where they are useful. And I think as part of that, we've also seen where they're not useful. So again, it's just applied to my mind how you use the plastic tool, for instance, that it's for simpler animations. If there's too much overlapping and too much detail, the plastic tool just bends and flexes too much for that. But for very simple animations, or if you've made your drawings separated and place them over the top in the plastic tool, it's really useful, but it's trying to find where you can use it. So that was really useful for me to go through for that. And also this week I spent some time investigating a few ideas I had regarding the layout of content on these streams, and that's why I decided to change the plan for today, to actually implement some of that. So during the week I sketched a couple of quick things in OpenToonz and then added them into OBS to see how they looked and to check on the keyboard shortcuts to see how they worked, and that worked pretty well and I was happy with that, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing today. And for those that don't know, OBS is the software I use for these streams and also for general recording of videos to record my screen. And we'll talk a bit more about that when we get to the project today. So I also learned how to create my own stingers for switching between scenes more graphically. So I watched quite a few videos, tried a few things out, and that will make moving from scene to scene more interesting for me, if not for you. And at the minute I realise I've got a very plain dark screen, so we'll change that in a second. So I've had a busy week working on a few things, and I've also installed a couple of plugins to OBS as well, which we'll perhaps take a look at and chat about in a short while. And the final thing I did was I made some changes to the microphone, so hopefully I'm sounding a little bit louder and possibly clearer than usual. It's still moved out of the screenshot, so hopefully you can't see that in there, but by adding these effects and various things into the settings, hopefully that's coming through loud and clear. But I did have a problem for the past few days where from time to time my computer decided to not recognise the microphone, and I've changed the cable to see if that helps, and if it doesn't, we may well lose it and we might have to work off the microphone in my laptop or in silence. We'll see how that goes. Let me know in the chat if you notice a drop off at all or if it changes too much. And finally, what have you been doing? And as always, there's been lots of images and animations from you shared on Discord, but I'd like to just share one of them here and point out a couple of websites. The first one is from my very own Maria, who's worked on another birthday card. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. And what I like about this, again, it's been drawn in your style. But you've also taken advantage of a couple of features I know you've worked on for the parallax scrolling and to have the layering. So the animals are behind and in front of some of the flowers, which looks really nice, as well as it just looking a bit cute overall. So I wanted to share that again and say thank you, Maria, for sharing that and for sharing the process along the way. And no doubt most of you, if not all of you, have already seen that on the Discord server and have enjoyed it along with me. And there's two other things I'd like to share. So A Mask for a Face has made a bit of a trailer based on 3 games of Little Nightmares, Inside and Limbo. And he's been sharing some of the scenes over on the Discord server, but this is the video of them all put together. And I won't play it all right now, but what I would encourage you to do is to go over to his channel, and there's a link in the description here on YouTube, and take a look at what he's put together and possibly subscribe, ready for any future animations being produced. And finally, I've got this small video from James, who's made this Happy Tree Friends character and created a small animation for his birthday. So happy birthday, James. I just wanted to share that, and again to point people towards your channel if you wanted to take a look. So that's everything that's been happening this week. What happened last week? Okay, just wanted to join into the chat one last time. If you've got any other questions about OpenToonz or Tahoma, do fire them in as we go along. Otherwise, I'll just proceed with today's challenge that I'm working on. First, let me grab a lovely cup of tea. I've had a bit of a rushed day today, so it's good to sit down and actually just be at the computer looking at Tahoma and getting ready for doing some animation. Okay, so I did talk about last week possibly starting back on my Futurama project. Well, I'm delaying that now for a few weeks because of what I'm working on today. We'll come back to that for sure in a few weeks. But first, I wanted to work on a few things to help organise the streams. And these aren't 100% essential. In fact, they're 100% not essential. But I wanted to do them for a bit of fun for myself, and perhaps add a bit more, something more visually appealing for you guys to look at during the stream and at different points. So I wanted to mention first off that I'm using Tahoma again today, and I'm using Tahoma for one main reason. I have got the pre-release, the release candidate of OpenToonz 1.5 on here, which I've been having a play of the past week or so. And a lot of the improvements in Tahoma have been moved over there, and the look and feel of the program is transferred over to OpenToonz, which is really nice. So, for instance, if I go to my main 2D room here in Tahoma, you can see just above my head here the plus button for creating a new palette entry. That is in OpenToonz. A very simple, small thing, but it's one of the features that's been transferred over and just makes it feel more comfortable to use. The look and feel with the colours and the icons, that's been transferred over as well. So you'll be using both programs for different purposes. But the main reason I want to use Tahoma today is because of the tools on the brush tool. So holding Control, Shift and Alt for drawing straight lines while using the brush tool, I think is just so useful, and I really hope that moves over to OpenToonz as well at some point. But until it does, I'll stick with Tahoma, I think, for some of the drawing things I'll be doing. But what I'm doing today, you'll be able to do either on either Tahoma or OpenToonz yourself. So what's the plan? So OpenToonz and Tahoma, I talk about on the channel all the time that you can make your own cartoons, and it's good for making full-length, traditional style animated cartoons, as well as using cutout and plastic tool for extra little features to add on to them. But both programs are also useful for creating small animations for GIFs, for sharing memes on the internet, or as animations or banners for your websites, or using for overlays for different things. So I've already been using creating overlays for my videos that I share on YouTube since the very beginning. So the pop-ups at the bottom of the screen that tell you to check the description for various links and that kind of thing were created in OpenToonz. But we can also use them for overlays for these streams. So for instance, the pop-ups I had earlier for showing the streaming details, or my socials and buy me a coffee, they're all created in this program. And it's these kind of pop-ups that we've been I want to kind of look at today. So what I want to create is a background scene to show for when I go to fetch a cup of tea. So when I have a break. Because at the minute I've either left on Tahoma on the screen, possibly playing an animation, or gone back to the thumbnail preview at the start of the stream as a break. But as a viewer, you don't know where I've gone and when I'm coming back. For instance, if you just tune into the stream and saw that one static image, you may not know where I am or how long I'll be. So it's to kind of help that. So onto background image scene to put in for that, and what they call a stinger, which is just a transition between the two scenes. So to move from where's the mouse pointer gone? To move from this screen where I'm drawing on Tahoma through to the scene where it tells you I've gone for a break for 5 minutes, I won't be very long. And the stingers are really good because I didn't think you could use them for what I'd got in mind. So when I started the streams 6 months ago, I'd got this vision of once I finished drawing, you have some sort of background come onto the screen to cover the current scene, open up and reveal the second scene. So at the minute, all I'm using is fading between scenes, which is standard built-in transition. So if I fade between this scene where I'm drawing on Tahoma and this one where I'm doing a review of videos and images, you'll see that the background just fades in between the two, and that's perfectly fine, and I could have stuck with that. But we've got Tahoma here, and we can do much more than that, so that's exactly what I want to do. So I want to make two animations today. I don't think I'll be making them to completion, but we'll go as far as we can in the time we have. So I'd like to make an animation, and my idea is I'd like a scene of a kitchen to show me where I've gone off to make a cup of tea. So I'd like a kitchen scene with a kettle boiling. I've got a little thumbnail here of what I've planned, with a window to one side, and we'll have little bits of movement happening as well. So I may have add a bird in the window that's just eating something, pecking away. Little movements like that. And the plan is that I'll change them from time to time, just to keep it looking different and to get practice in with animation and using the programs. But on the screen it'll also say, you know, gone for 5 minutes, be right back, making a cup of tea or something. I thought about having a clock in the corner so you know how long I've been gone, because one of my pet peeves of people in real life where they put a sign up on a shop window saying back in 20 minutes, unless you know when they left, they could be back in 2 minutes or in 20 minutes. You really don't know. So I might put a little clock on the screen, perhaps in the corner or something. I'm not sure yet. We'll see about that. I'd also like a transition to go from whichever scene is on screen at the minute to take us down to this kitchen area. And I was thinking of kind of a dumbwaiter feel. You know those little lifts where you put food in and then you pull a string or something or press a button and it moves between the kitchen and the other rooms in large houses. So I was thinking about something like that in that sort of style, just as a bit of a fun transition to see how it goes. So if I grab my pen, and if there's no questions, which I don't believe there is at the minute, no, and then we'll start work on that. So the first things first, I'll hide the chat from this room. Bye bye. And then we'll get started. And I've thought about adding other transitions and other rooms, other backgrounds in here. This is what I've been looking at during the week. And I've had a few thoughts, and again, all of them are totally unnecessary, but they're just there for a bit of fun and to add some visual interest. As I said, if I go to my review area, there's just me and the screen, which is fine. But I've thought about putting the review window inside kind of a frame or as part of a large TV or a projector, and then have a background. So the idea was this room could be like a library area, and I've already done a couple of sketches for this, and it's a possibility. So we can go to the library to do these reviews because the screen will be set in the right place to look like it fits into the area. But we'll see about that when we get to it, won't we? Hi there, Blifton. Good morning. Good to have you with us. Well, actually, it's good Narbon for me. It's what time is it? 3:30 or something? Yep, 3:30. Okay, so I'd like 2 different scenes, and to make it easier to take a look between 2 scenes, I'm going to create a quick dummy scene first for the kitchen area, and then I'll quickly render something out, and then we'll create the stinger to move between the scenes. We could try it out with my dummy background, and once that's working okay, then we'll go and work on the background itself to try and get that looking nicer. So let me first pop up my startup pop-up. We'll create a new project. Here we go. We'll create it in my OpenToonz folder, and I've got a project, a folder for my stream projects to keep them all together, so I can recognise which project for the streams. It makes it easier to find them. I've talked a few times about organising your projects and your files and being able to know where they are and what they contain, so it's good to keep them separate. We've got a question here from Barossa. How to drag images of several layers at the same time as we did with Flash. Well, Barossa, the best way really is to use the animate tool to move them. You can't use the selection tool over multiple columns or multiple levels, apart from vector levels. But personally, I've had difficulty doing that. It doesn't always work. So the selection tool is this second one here. And if you use that on vector levels, on the tool options at the top, you've got a drop down to choose what you're going to select. And then there you can choose everything in the current level. So if you've got multiple drawings in the current level, you can select everything to move them around the screen, or you can select them across multiple columns, I believe, but I've always had difficulty with that. The animate tool works great, to be honest, and I'd probably use that. Okay, so let's label this project. So this is going to be the kitchen scene for OBS. So let me think, what's the best way to name this? I will start, well, they are all for the streams. I'll start OBS kitchen scene, and I'll say from time to time I'll amend this and change it to make it look more interesting, or we can create additional scenes on top to render out as a GIF and just place that GIF in front of the scene. So if you've got a character popping up and just looking around, you can create a separate GIF image and place it over the top, and that works quite well. And these names, of course, for the project and for the scene, we can change them later by amending them on disk. And I talked about how you can change the names of files on disk and where to find them in an earlier video. But for now, just try and get a name that's close enough to what feels like it makes sense, but we can always change it later. So I'll just call this kitchen for now. Okay, so let's create a level. I won't name these because I'm not sure what they're going to be yet. I'll temporarily use this, but we'll leave it just called A. Create a brush. Bring these down to the small so I can see them. Honestly, the colour doesn't matter here, so let's just make this slightly larger. Hit save. Make sure everything's saved, and just for simplicity, let's call this right on top kitchen. And obviously things are going to go slowly because I'm streaming, they always do, so you have to take note of that. And then it's going to be like a sign here. Back in 5 minutes. Something like that. And that's good enough for having something to look at. But because I'd like this to be an animation, let's do something just to make it animate a little bit, just so we can see that it really is moving. So we'll drag this out for 84 frames, and somewhere in the middle I will press the D key to duplicate it, and then we'll make a change here. Yeah, make sure it's drawing number 2, just to make sure it's changed and we can see the change. So let me add another colour, make it red, and we'll fill a circle at the top. And then shrink this back down, and because duplicating just creates one drawing where you duplicated it, I need to drag over the remainder drawings, which are drawing number 1, press the W key, and then I'll go to drawing number 2. If I just play this on repeat, hit save first. Just going to have a little red blinking light in the corner. It's quite slow there, I don't want it to be too much. A bit like the recording light for a camera, just to show something happening. So let's render that out. So we go to output settings. I want this to be an MP4 is fine. Called kitchen. Everything's going to be set to simple standard settings, so no shrink, full size there, and hit save and render. And we can see where that's going to, just to remind me before I start using it. And then while it's doing that, if I go to OBS and now create a new scene, and I'm happy to talk about OBS for any of you that are interested in using it for either streaming or recording. And we can have a chat about that during the stream today, or can make a video at some point if you might find that useful. If so, drop it in the chat or down in the description in the comments below, and I'll take a look at that. I'm going to call this scene kitchen. And again, I can rename that as much as I want to. And then in that scene, I'll add, it's off screen, so I know you can't see this at the minute, but I'll add a, in fact, you can see exactly what I can see, which is black at the minute. So add a media source. I'll give it a name. And then we'll browse to the file on disk. So it's in my OpenToonz folder, in my stream projects. It's called OBS Kitchen Scene, Outputs, MP4. I'll check the settings over. I'll put it on loop, so it'll keep playing something. Yep. Okay, so there you can see, that's the scene now playing live for you. This is the scene that you'll have. And then if I switch back to my standard drawing room there, so that's now set up in OBS. So now I can test out the stinger moving between these two scenes, whereas currently it's just going to fade in between those two. And I can change the type just so some of you know. So I can change it to be a slide, so it slides between the two, that kind of thing, left and right. But the whole screen moves off and the next screen moves on. I'd like something a bit more interesting to that. So that's the basic setup there for the kitchen. So now we set up the new project for the stinger to go between the two. So again, we want to create a new project. I don't want to use the same project. You could use the same one and create a different scene. I've said it so many times on the Discord server and elsewhere, unless you want to share any of the assets, the drawings, the drawing levels, create a new project for every new scene. Just to keep all the files isolated, I think it's the best way, personally, for that. And even if you want to share drawings and levels, you can still share them in different projects. You can either copy them through or import them. So keeping projects separate is so useful for managing the files, I think. So stream projects, and this one's going to be called OBS Stinger to the kitchen. So this thing is going to be going into the kitchen and possibly coming out as well. So I'll just call it kitchen for now. Okay. And that's the name for the scene, just so we've got something in there. Subimon, welcome to the stream. Glad you made it. What are you up to today? What's on the agenda for you? So I've got, just before you answer that, I've got a some thumbnail drawings here, and I won't come too close. But you can see some kind of, ooh, that was interesting. You can see some sketches there of my thoughts to me of how to do this thing and how the change should look. So I'll work on that first. We'll make it look how I first had in mind, and then when we can actually see it, I might change my mind about what to do. It's just to get us started. I think this will be okay for a start. So the idea that I want to do for all of these backgrounds and images I want to put into the stream is I'd like to base them around kind of a house theme. So as I mentioned, I might do a library for reviewing the videos, and for taking a break I was going to do the kitchen. So what I've thought about doing to get to the kitchen and coming back is to create kind of a my first thought was a dumb waiter. So you know the dumb waiters where you put food inside a small lift and then you pull a cable or you press a button and it moves up and down. It's kind of that idea. So I wanted to have the sides of the screen coming in and close, and then possibly an effect for you moving downwards. We'll look at that. And then opening at the bottom. And for that I'll need to use some matte in effects because of what's in my mind. But it should be quite simple and quite fun to do, I think. So let's crack on. So the first thing I want an image from my welcome animation. So the first thing to do will be to load that in. So if I load a scene and go to my intro, that's that one I believe. I've got a few versions of it I've created for different scenarios. You can see there the Christmas one and some others. Try again. If Tahoma doesn't play up too much. Good excuse for a little swig of tea. Cheers. Okay, it's looking good. So this is the startup animation. So I want to find a nice frame in here. I don't think I need the live sign. In fact, that could be useful. Could be nice to have that in there. So that needs the effects to come in because I got it glowing at some point. So let's find a nice position of that. It falls down. I'd like to catch it with its glowing. Do it up here, might be easier. There we go. Okay, that's fine, yeah. So I want a copy of this image. So if you're unaware, if you take a look, we're on frame 213. And if you go to the output settings and change the frame numbers to be just the images you want to see, and for me it's just the one image, one frame, 213. So make that the start and end frame. Change the output type to be an image format like PNG, and then hit render, and it'll create a single image instead of being an animation. So let me just check I've got that on my other screen. So go to the right folder and OpenToonz intro project. There it is, I've got the wrong folder there. Outputs folder, and I've got a PNG. Perfect. So now, if I go to my previous scene, the stinger, I'll discard any changes because I've not made any actual changes. Okay, and if I drag that in, so bring over this window, and it's here, the PNG, just click and drag that into Tahoma. I will import a copy, so I've got a local copy in this project, so I could now delete that if I wanted to. I won't do it at the minute, but I could if I wanted. So now I've got this image, and what I think I'll do is I'd like to split it down the middle and then have each part come in from the outside to the centre. Excellent, Maria. Yes, me too. I'm glad you've been doing that. It's really useful. However, if you want to, if you go to Shotcut, there is an option called Export Frame. So if you go to the first frame of your video clip, your animation in Shotcut, and then from the File menu go Export Frame, that will create a PNG on disk of that particular one frame, which you can then drag back in and extend to make it longer at the beginning or end. I use that method as well. So I want only half of this drawing to come from the right and half to come from the left. And to do that, you've got two main options, I think. One is to actually cut the drawing in half in perhaps a different program and then bring it in. There's two different pieces to move. But I'm going to use the matte in effect and use that to cut it in half and only manipulate half of the drawing. So we'll be using that effect, I think will be useful for this. And for that, I need two copies of this. So if I select on the column header and press Control-C, Control-V, that'll duplicate that drawing in two different columns. I'll label one column left, and I bet you can't guess what the other one will be called. Correct. And I want to have a matte, a matted area, so that's another column for each of the two halves. So we'll add a vector level for this, because vectors are great for matte, especially if you only want a solid shape of like a rectangle or even an offset rectangle. So this will be matte. Okay. So again, I'll duplicate that by pressing Control-C and then Control-V. I'll move one of the columns by dragging this top thin bar at the top here above the left, and I'll name this matte left. And I bet you can't guess the other name. Oh, you can. Okay, so I'll be connecting those together, and in the matte left I just hide the image at the minute and hit save. Save early, save often. And in the matte left, I'll create a rectangle. I'll use the default color because it's going to be such a simple level here. Choose the rectangle option. I say get into the right column. So I'm in matte left now. Geometry tool, rectangle option, autofill. And from the left, I'm going to draw a rectangle towards the center. And I can see where the center line is based on the ruler marker at the top there. And then in the matte right, I want another drawing, a different drawing, to draw up to that. So I'll turn on the onion skin, and I'll draw from the right to the center again, and we'll adjust these in a second and fill that. So the matte right just wants to be drawing 2, so I'll select and delete drawing 1. I'll move over drawing 2. So when you click into drawing 2 in frame 1, you can see both pieces together. Save. So let's just zoom in, and then we'll make the adjustment. Scroll into the top here. Using the selection tool, I'll select my drawing. I'll make sure the line thickness, I'll bring it down to 1 pixel just to make sure it's a square end. I'll change the end here, the corner, to be totally rectangular to make sure they join. Because I've made the matte boxes larger than the camera area, you won't see the corners anyway, but it just keeps it a simpler shape. Then the left shape, I'll select it again, make it 1 pixel and a square corner, and then we'll just join these together. If I zoom in quite a long way in, I just join them together as close as I can to be touching without any overlap, and hopefully that'll be okay. So let's right click and choose fit to window, hit save. So now we can see the 2 pieces of matte. So let's go to the FX room and connect up this matte image. So I want to do 2 things. First off, if we make sure we're in the FX room here, instead of showing all of, let's hide that and just show those 2 drawings. Instead of showing all of the left drawing of the screenshot here, I want to see just where the matte left is. So instead of the left being connected straight to the scene, which means show me all of this column, if you right click, insert effects, matte in, that's now the source for that matte in, and we use the left matte rectangle, plug that into the matte input, and that now states where that left picture should be drawn. And if you turn on the effect by clicking the eyeball at the top of the viewer, you can now see just the left hand part of the drawing being shown in the scene. So let's do the same for the right. So if I hide the left for a second so that we don't see it, and right click on the screen and regenerate this frame, you'll see it's disappeared. So let's just show the, oh sorry, it's the eyeball on the left there to hide it. Regenerate frame preview, and it still wants to show it for some reason, even though I've hidden it. Oh, can't get my zoom right. There we go. Okay, so let's do the same for the right. So the right drawing here, there we go, is connected fully. That's the right hand side view. And again, we'll right click on it, choose insert effects, matte in, and that's now the source for this. It disappears immediately because there's no matte setting of where to draw it. So the matte in states where to draw the image. And then we've got the matte right box, which is the right hand side box. Plug that into the matte input, and that'll say just draw it on the right. And that's not available until I click the eye in the timeline. Clicking that, that'll now be available. So now this correctly shows the right hand image, and if you show this to the left, you see them connecting together where they're in 2 halves. So next thing to do is to actually hit save, is to move them. So if we highlight over all the frames there and click on the drag handle to extend them out for a way, don't know about the numbers yet, I don't really care. And then in the schematic, change it from the FX to the stage schematic by clicking the button at the bottom right, so the FX button disappears. This is the stage schematic, you can see up here. Just realised I've not locked my rooms, so let's lock those so we don't accidentally change any of the rooms. And I'd like to adjust the left hand part of the drawing to move in and the right hand part of the drawing to move in at the same time. So we'll take the left drawing and then connect the matte to the drawing itself. And that means if I use the animate tool on that drawing, the matte will follow with it. So the matte is now connected to the left part of the drawing, so that'll move at the same time. And then we'll do the same for the right. And now if I take the left drawing, use the animate tool, I can see the drop down here shows me the left, which means that's the one I'm definitely moving. I'm changing the position. I want to move the position left and right, not up and down. So I want to untick that padlock so I can move it in the x-axis, left and right, and put the padlock on so I can't move it up and down. If I zoom out a little bit, and on the left drawing, I can click, if I turn off preview it'll be easier. Left drawing, I need to turn it on so I can see it, and then click and drag that, as on the mat. Let's delete that key. Go to the left drawing, click and drag that all the way that's the right, which is strange. Let me click that key and just check as I've connected it in the FX OK. So I've got the left and the mat left, right, and the mat right. If I click on the right drawing, yes, that's, sorry, it's because we've got the mat in front of the drawing, it looks confusing. So let me start again. I'll delete the key. Let's put the mat behind the drawing. I don't know if this makes it easier or not easier. So let's click on the right hand drawing, animate tool, adjust the position, and it's the right hand half we're going to be visible. So we'll drag that, and we want to drag it until the mat is off to the right. If we go to the left drawing, I can click and show the columns. Click and drag to move that off here. And it's only the dark part that's actually visible, not the part that is visible, which is slightly confusing. So only this left hand side of this drawing is visible, and only the right hand side of this one is visible. So what I need to do, the best thing to do here, is you can look at where the camera ends and put a marker on screen, or we can think about it numerically of how large the drawing is and change this value to be half of that value. So it's your choice in how you want to organise that. So I'm going to hide these drawings first and add a little marker on the sides of the screen here so I can see where the edge of the window is. And then if I bring these back, and I think it might be easier because of the confusion I got into before of swapping things around a little bit. So here's the first change of opinion. Let's delete those keys back to where we were a few minutes ago. Let's hide the drawings from the screen so we can't see them because that's the confusion. I'll go to the stage schematic and I'll change the order round. So I'll connect the mat to the table and then the drawings connected to the mat. So connect the mat to the table for the right and connect the drawing to that. And then I'll add the animation key on the mat. And that'll make it easier to see what's moving. Because now, if I go to the left-hand mat using the animate tool, I move it, you can only see that dark mat area, not the remaining drawing. And the same for the mat right, we can push that off to the right. So now it's a bit clearer what we're moving, that we're moving the doors, and you can't see the image. So that makes much more sense. So on frame 1, we have both doors open past the camera area. You have to think about what pace we want. So we want them to come in quite quick. So give it perhaps half a second. So go to frame 12 or frame 13 to give it actually 12 frames. You can either drag it back to the center, or you'll notice when it's nearly at the center, X value is coming down towards 0 So we just type in 0 there, and that's the start position. And again, on the right hand mat, select it in the timeline and type 0, and that brings it back to its start position. So now it closes like that. Let's hit save, and then we'll have some time, possibly some sounds or animation in between, and then we'll open them again. So let's just preview how that looks. And on the preview settings, we'll change the shrink down to 2 to make it half the size, just so it renders quickly. And bring this preview window back onto the main screen. Mr. Manly Guy, thank you, it's very kind of you. And I put this yellow background in for a different purpose, but I'll change that in a second. But for now, let's ignore that and hit play. So now you see the sides coming in and that drawing connecting together. So I'll hit save to make sure I don't lose anything, and hit go to preferences. And from here in the colours section, you'll see I used a yellow colour for the background while I was working on a different project. So let's bring that back to the same sort of dark grey colours we had before. So let me double click on the yellow, and you get a pop-up, and we can just choose a colour from here. So make it totally black first, and then we can bring that up to choose the darkness of it. And I'll do the same for the preview. I'll copy and paste that colour. Close those, and that'll work perfectly fine. Okay, so that went a bit slowly, so we might want it to speed up or slow down. We can adjust that. The timing wasn't too bad. I think it came together and stopped a bit quick. I want a small bounce. So let me just, 2 frames later, open these up, and then we'll close them again. So we're on Animate Tool position mode. Make sure we're in the correct column. So mat left, open that up a little bit. Mat right, the same for that. And then back to 0 again, 2 more frames later. Hit save, and then let's preview that. It fits a window. That's fine. Okay. Let me reset the view so it's 100% zoom rate. So it needs a bit more pace, so I need to adjust the timing a little bit. And we could do that directly on the timeline by dragging these arrows, but I like it in the timing room where you can see the figures and to see the graph view. So if we look at the mat left first, and it's only the X position that changes. Let's turn the graph view on with the top right here. Double click on the background, and that fits all the keys in the view. So then we can change the pacing of how this moves. So if I click and drag over one of these key points, I can then adjust its handle. So we'll have it coming in at the same steady pace rather than accelerating, I think. And we can zoom in here by clicking and dragging on the top bar and click and drag on the left bar to space them out more. Makes it easier to adjust the lines. And these lines are a little bit faint, I think, to see, but you can cope, just about cope with them. So when the doors first close, I want it to close with more force. So I don't want it to slow down and go slow into that. I want it to hit it quite firm and bounce off quite firm. So if I right click on the key, I can unlink the handles and then adjust them separately. So I drag the left handle down, so that's quite a sharp hit into it. Now do the same for the right handle, So it bounces into that position and out quite quickly. And then it opens to a nice smooth curve and then closes. But again, I want that to close quite firmly. And I'll extend the opening so it gives it a smoother bounce. We'll see how that looks. That's the left. I'll do the same for the matte right. So the X position there, if I turn off the left, and you can use the normal zoom keys to zoom in and out of this graph. Or as I say, double click sets the zoom to fit all the keys in at once. So the first key again, here we go. Drag that handle down so it's coming in at a steady pace. We want it to unlink these two handles. Let's zoom in, see the differences more, and make that come in quite fast. It can go out quite fast. And then we'll pace out the opening a bit there, and then close again quite firmly. So I'll hit save, and then we'll preview to see if that looks any better. So it starts off with those two drawings outside of the screen. So the center of the screen is going to be transparent, because today I'm going to export this as a GIF image. And ideally, you'd export as a WebM image, because that can have audio attached to it as well. But what I'll probably do is I'll use Shotcut, as we've talked about already, Maria, and I'll import the GIF to Shotcut. I'll apply any sounds in there and re-export that as a WebM and see if that works in OBS to have the transparent background as well as having some audio. So let's see. That's not too bad. We can always adjust that timing and finesse it, but it's the principle of what I want to build today. And like a lot of things, if you create something that looks close, putting all the pieces in roughly the right order, then you can leave it, come back a few days later, and then start to finesse it and tidy up the timing and what you need to see. CJ Destroyer, good morning. How are you doing? Okay, so I left that pop up on, so, oh no, that's the background video, that's fine. Sody Pop, happy Easter to you too. Okay, so once that's visible, I had two thoughts on this. To try and show a lift or an elevator, if you prefer, moving downwards, you can either show a strip of light down the centre of where the doors are almost closed but not quite, and you can show the light moving upwards, or you might have an overall light on the outside just moving upwards. So I was thinking of doing that first off and seeing how it looks. So that's the first part of the animation of the doors opening. I did want to try and start using... Oh, okay. Which podcast was it? Related to animation or just a separate bit of fun? I was thinking about using sub-scenes for this project possibly, to try and group some of the columns together, because I know there will be a number of columns in this one and in the kitchen scene. Rather than doing it all in one long timeline. So that would allow me to adjust the keys independently for the three separate parts. For the doors closing, then for the animation of the lift moving up and down, and then the doors opening at the end. So I'm trying to think the best way to do this. And I'm thinking what I might do is if I copy these four columns and duplicate them, and I'll collapse them into a subscene for both, and we'll see how that works. It's Mr. Manly Guy. Howdy doody, good to have you with us. Have I hit a certain time? Am I later than you expected? Because having a few of you popping on at once, 4:10. Yeah, am I later than you expected today? I'm still trying to figure out the best time to start these streams. And obviously for Sunday tea time, 3, 4, 5 o'clock is tea time over here. And it's also just a good time for me to take some time out and spend with you. If there's a better time for this or a better day, then I'm happy to change. Although I did say earlier, next week I'm likely to be here on Saturday, not Sunday. But as always, I'll post the start of the stream early so you can check on YouTube and you'll see when it's due to start. Okay, so let's delete these excess drawings or exposures. Hit save to make sure I've got a proper copy of this. I'll then highlight, if I highlight all of these, no, all of the columns, and I'll shift select them all, press Ctrl C to copy, and then press Ctrl V to paste. And let's check in the FX room to see that everything is connected. Yep, so we've got 4 copies of those. And in the FX room, we've got 4 copies of those. Brilliant. So if I take the first 4, matte left, left, matte right, and right, hold shift to group them, then right click and collapse, which collapses them to one subscene. And I'll call this closing doors. There we go. And again, I select those 4, right click and collapse. And this one's called opening doors. And if I step into the opening doors by opening the subscene, and again, we'll see this doing what we saw a second ago. And I'm just now going to reverse the keys, and there's not an easy way to do it, so it's just copy and paste to move them around. Okay, Soda Pop, do you need to choose one necessarily to use all the time? Can you just choose one for each individual project? Because for me, I've chosen, well, I've kind of chosen Tahoma over 1.4, but with 1.5 coming out, I've been using some of the features of 1.5, and the look and feel is so much better. It's so much like Tahoma. But the one thing missing for me in OpenToonz that we've got here is the brush features. So the straight line and perspective line tools on the brush. And today I'll be drawing a few straight lines for what I'll be drawing. So I've chosen Tahoma for this purpose. But I may well choose OpenToonz for other purposes. But as you know, 95% or so of the features are in both software. So there's not a lot to choose from, to be honest. But for me, Tahoma for the perspective tools for the brush tool and for stop motion. Aside from that, I think it's pretty much of a muchness, especially with 1.5 once that comes out and has all the bug fixes. Because in 1.4 there's just so many bugs, I wouldn't recommend people to use it until 1.5 comes out. But yeah, they are very similar. It's a shame, I think you've said it before on the Discord, it's a shame that both software can't get together to get all the features in one. Maybe one day they'll figure that out. So I'm going to reverse these keys. So I'm going to select the first key, hold shift and select the final key on the bottom column, and that'll select the whole block. I can then click and drag, press the button there, try again, click the first key in the first column, the last key in the last column, then click and drag on one of the keys to put them off to the side. Yeah, Lazy Nazumi, I've seen that. And for that purpose, you won't necessarily need the Tahoma lines, I guess. Yeah, they're really useful, and just to be able to draw straight lines without having to change tools. It's just a simple little feature that I just find really useful. Just tap the shift key and you've got the line. Okay, so I'm going to copy the last two keys by shift selecting them, pressing Control C and pasting them on the left. And then the previous two keys, and I notice that offset the paste there, which is strange. It'll be 2 frames later. Let's adjust those. And I might change these a little bit and paste the next two. And then the final ones, I'll use the first key as the last key. And then delete all of these. So let's see. So it opens a little bit, closes a bit, and then opens all the way. And we can finesse that inside this subscene. So we'll hit save and then pop out to the main timeline. And now the intention is, if I get the right order, I want the closing doors first. So the doors close. I'll extend drawing 17. In fact, what I'll do, I'll copy frame 17 from that subscene. I'll click on the column header and press the insert key to add a new column, and I'll paste it in the new column just to keep the 3 sections totally separate from each other. So I've got one column of the doors opening, I'll have one column of the doors closed but moving, and the final column of the doors opening. So I can render these out as a full animation or separate animations there. So let me just preview that and see how that looks. The doors close, something happens, and then they open. And then it now means if I want to change those animation keys for the closing or the opening, they're in separate subscenes, so they're independent of each other. So I was thinking, as I was saying, about having a light in the centre, a little thin strip down the centre of those where the doors are, moving down as the lift goes down, and then add a second one of moving up for when the lift comes back up to reverse the animation. But I think because once they're closed you can see the whole page, I'm not sure as having a black line down the centre would necessarily help. And again, this is just the first pass at putting this animation together, so we may well come back and change things. But for now, the plan is just to start to put something together to get this transition happening and working. Okay, so how long do I want this center animation for? I think just a second, as in 24 frames, is fine. And I can click and drag to extend this, but also wanted to mention the option in one of these, is it the C? Yeah, in the C menu, to insert and remove frames. I've added a keyboard shortcut myself. It'd be useful to do so. Control insert, Control delete. Because if I'm in the center here, it means I can extend or reduce the timing for any part of the animation, and it works across all of the columns. So it's a quick way to pace out the animation. So I want it 24 frames-ish from frame 18, so that's 42, something like that, 18 to 42, and then we'll see if that's far too slow or not. Hit save. So on top of this, I'd like a light moving upwards. So to do that, we'll have a glow effect, and I think we'll be using like a matte, another matte of the shape of the light to move upwards. Could be the best way. Or, I'm in the FX room now, what could be useful, we could try out the spotlight option, which I don't use too often. Let me just check on something. Okay, so I'm on the FX room. If I right click and add an effect of, it'll be in light spot. I think it is. Let me preview that. Look at its options. Use the selection tool to. No, you've got to choose the animate tool. That's right. I've not used this one for a while. Interesting, Soda. Why do you think the I should say Soda Pop? I keep calling you that. GP. Why do you think OT has better drawing? What's different? I think I've heard people say this before, that Tahoma's drawing is not as smooth or it's not as responsive in some way. Because potentially that could be these drawing features of the brush tool that I've mentioned. They could be slowing down the drawing experience, because the old perspective tool slowed it down quite a lot, which is the reason it's not in OpenToonz now. So I'm interested in how you found the drawing in Tahoma. Yes, Maria, the insert delete frames, it's really so useful, so useful. Once you've got the basic layout of what you want, to just move the cursor between animation keys or drawings and tap in your insert function, whatever it is, for the keyboard. Just to paste it out is really useful. Let's get rid of those two if I can. Here we are. Okay, let me try and remember how this light spot works. It is the animation tool. Ah, there we are. So I want it quite large. So let's change some of this. So softness, let's just increase it to a larger number. It's always the best thing to do, just to try and see what difference it makes. Cushy Cat, Tahoma or OpenToonz for beginners. I think Tahoma, personally, the current version of Tahoma is definitely better. There's a new version of OpenToonz coming out soon, which brings them much closer together. But this is Tahoma we've got here today, and I think personally for me, it's just laid out a bit neater. The features that you need are still visible, but a lot of features have been hidden or moved a little bit. So if you've tried using OpenToonz, you might spot some of the features are in a different place. So if I pick on a level here, so the menu, for instance, down at the bottom right for choosing the size of the palette entries, and same for the colour, that's at the bottom. There's a menu at the top here that's not needed now. By default, you only get to see the alpha in Tahoma, whereas in OpenToonz you get to see all of the sliders, so you've got all the information, but it's a lot of clutter in your face. I don't like RGB, so I'll leave that off. So I find Tahoma a much simpler view, and I think for beginners it's a much simpler way to get into the software. Essentially they're the same software, so once you've worked with one, you can work with the other. So a lot of it will be just personal preference, but for me, my preference is Tahoma at the minute. Yeah, so that's Maria and JP haven't found a difference in the drawing. I've not, to be honest, and I've been using 1.5 this past week for a few things. But I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't make a difference because of the perspective tools, the straight line tools on the brush. Plus, earlier this week I saw that Shun fixed an issue on Windows with the brush tool for drawing. It was leaving tails at the end of drawing, and the lines weren't very smooth, and he's added some sort of fix or improvement to make that work better. So I'm really keen to see how that looks, because that could improve things for OpenToonz perhaps, and hopefully if it can come over to Tahoma, then it will. I think it was a change to do with Qt as well, so I think it might have to wait till the following version of Tahoma to pull that over. So that could give OpenToonz a better feature set if that really works much better. Okay, let's turn preview on. Let's so I can't see the difference there for this. I can't remember quite how to use the spot. I've used it before. Width and height is what I've set here using the animation tool. We've got a colour. Is it the alpha needs turning on? No, that is on. Is it because the column's behind? Yes, it is. The obvious, the column's hidden behind another column. How many times have I done that? How to use additional brushes which are not built in. Well, Cushy Cat, one of the first things I'd say is, why do you want more brushes? A lot of people ask about additional brushes for OpenToonz and Tahoma before they even started using the program, because there are a lot of brushes already built in. If I step into here and choose my level again, go to this room. So if you go to the My Paint Raster Brush tab, so for what's called Toonz level on OpenToonz and Smart level in Tahoma, or in standard raster level, you've got a lot of brushes already that you can use. So I'd say first off, get to know some of these and see if they do what you need. And secondly, I'd say if you do need more, these are My Paint brushes, so it's only My Paint brushes you can bring in, and I believe not all versions can be brought in. So if you have got a copy of My Paint program, or you can edit them in any other way, or you can find them on the internet, then you can download and copy them in. And it's a matter of just copying the files into a folder on disk. And I can't remember the exact folder, but it's if I go to my Tahoma folder first, and then it's in your stuff folder, so the Tahoma stuff for Tahoma, or OpenToonz stuff for OpenToonz, and it's in plugins. I'm trying to remember where they are. It's not far. It's in one of these folders, and wherever if you do download them, they do tell you where to download them and place them into. Library, My Paint brushes. There we go. So that's where you place them. So a recent set I've copied in is from the OpenToonz 1.5, which is the AOTZ brushes, which is a set of brushes. So you've got the My Paint brush there, and then the pink image, and that's the image you see on screen here. So you can download those and bring them in. As I say, these top section here with a coloured background, they are brought in from OpenToonz 1.5, because you get them for free with 1.5. So I'd say work with the brushes we've got first, and then consider adding other brushes. Well, excellent. Yes, the vector close and the vector autofill options, JP, I love them, absolutely love them. I wish they were available on Toonz Raster and Raster levels. For Toonz Raster in particular, which is my favourite level type to use. If you could have an auto close, auto fill, oh, it'd be really, really, really good, really useful. Clear frames, copy paste, that's all sorted yet. So I believe, has that gone through to OpenToonz yet? And the X-Sheet parenting feature, yes, excellent. As I say, the two software are so close. It's just a shame Jeremy couldn't continue working with OpenToonz to get the features put straight into there. It would have been so much better. Yeah, shift and control, the key shortcuts for the brushes are so useful. They really, really are. Okay, back to my FX room. And do keep chatting along in the chat about these extra features, and to help Cushy Cat with any questions you've got, fire any questions in. If I can't answer or someone beats me to it, I'm sure someone in the chat can answer that. Soda Pop especially is very knowledgeable. Maria's done a lot of work now with OpenToonz and Tahoma, so yeah, fire them in. I guess just to follow up your question earlier about how to use additional brushes that aren't built in, do you have any brushes in mind, brush sets? Are you thinking Photoshop style brushes? because those you can't use in here. It is only my paint for the raster levels. But you can also build up your own vector type brushes, but that's a whole conversation in itself. So let me adjust some of these values to see what we get. I'll leave the purple on screen for now, but just the alpha. Yeah, that adjusts there. And now, of course, let's bring the size down. That's the alpha of the colour. Okay. Yeah, because I've used this before. It's been really, really useful spotlight. I used it for some of the Futurama backgrounds, the spotlights, to create an extra haze of light. I'm trying to remember how it works and why it's so large here. There's something I've forgotten, something that I'm missing. I don't know if Soda JP can help with this, of why it's so dark around the edge and only it's blocking out the background for some reason. Because that's not useful like this. I'm not sure quite. I can't remember quite what it's doing. I might have to drop this and do something different. Because what I'll do, let me disconnect that spotlight first. We can always come back to that if necessary. So let me go back to my standard 2D room, and I will create another column. So I'll click on a column header, press the insert key. Then in that column, we'll add a vector level. I'll call this spotlight, and we'll use an ellipse. It'll be quite a large one. It's on auto fill, that's fine. I'll start a new colour. Turn off preview. Let's hide the spotlight column. And why can't we see anything? Oh, because the doors, yeah, the doors are closed, which is the black matte effect I'm looking at. Okay, so let's draw, using like an orangey yellow, just so we can see the colour, a large. The width or height, Maria, just seemed to change the centre circle, but it's still dark around the edge. And it shouldn't be. I used it before, and the idea is it works like a spotlight, that it shines a circle. It's hard to see my screen here. Shines a circle on your drawing, and it fades out over a certain area, depending on, if you imagine, the angle of the light hitting. But it doesn't affect the rest of the screen, so I'm kind of surprised to see that. It's something I've just forgotten how to use. It's just, yeah, I just need to figure out quite how to use that. Okay, so we're moving this over 24 frames. If I zoom out a tad, have another one. Okay, so using the animate tool, I will want to move it up and down, which is only the Y, so I'll lock the X, that's correct, I think. Let's get this right. Yeah, it's really, really useful effect, Maria. Really useful. When you've figured it out and you've used it right. I don't know quite what I was doing wrong with it. I might have to just investigate. Column 5. Might just have to investigate my old project where I did use it before to see what it will do. Okay. So there is a bug in OpenToonz that when you go from one room to another, it remembers what the previous lock was they had in that room, and now I can't move up and down, only left and right. So if I reset my X, I'll lock my X, and I can't move up and down. So to move up and down, you just lock and unlock, and it should work after that. It's a strange Strange little bug, but it's just something, again, to get used to. So let me, I want to move this up at a consistent pace. So I might need to adjust the interpolation with that. Drag it to the top. It goes up to the top. And then I want it at the bottom, again, going to the top. So I'll copy those keys, copy and paste. Then in between, I'll right click on that line and set it as a constant. So from 28 to 30, it doesn't change, then jumps to the bottom and moves again. And then the doors will open. So we'll see how that looks in a second with a glow. JP saying, add the glow effect to spotlight and change the colour box. But on its own, does it not just draw a spotlight shape itself in the middle of your camera, in the middle of your scene? Or do you always have to pump it into a glow effect or another effect? Is it... Because it's got a colour in there that you can set. So I'd have thought it would be. I may have done it myself with the glow, I can't remember. I did, it was a little while ago I did that. Okay, I'm going to make this last a little bit long, a little bit slower, so I'll extend that by 1 frame. I'll move them over to the end and extend this by 1 frame. We'll see how that looks in a second. Let me go back to my FX room, because I was considering doing this way anyway. So for my spotlight, I'm going to insert a glow, preview that, go to the middle, no doubt I'll have the same issue with this. Because it's quite a yellow background anyway, so adding this in, yeah, it's off the screen there. Let me look at the positions, make sure I'm getting the most out of this. Let's bring this closer to the edge. Okay. Yeah, I mean the glow effect is fine. Preview that. And I have to work out the colour, so let me show a panel of the, in fact if I go back to the 2D view, it might be easier to choose the colour. So if I hide that, because it's quite bright and yellow around it, because these sort of spotlight effects are better for applying over darker backgrounds. So maybe adding almost a shadow glow might be better, a darker glow rather than a lighter one. So I've chosen orange there, so if I put it down to black, you get nothing. You've got to add some colour. Okay. Because the additive nature of this is quite peculiar. So if I put it to blue, it's quite a light blue. I want it to be a subtle effect moving past. So we'll see how that looks. Let's go back to FX, go to the glow. I want its blur to be larger than that. I don't want such a sharp edge. Just try it even larger. Could be too large, but I just want a subtle bit of movement. So let's see how that looks. Preview. Bloom. I've never used that. Yeah, maybe I should sometime. See how that works. Yeah, so a subtle bit of a light moving. It might be too slow, so I might need to too quick, so I might need to slow that down. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll adjust the timing a little bit more here. So I've got drawing 17. that's where the doors close. I want to extend this before anything happens. So let me do my control insert to push the drawings and the keys to the right. So once the doors close, there's a pause before it starts to move. So just half a dozen frames. Let's make it even, start after 24 seconds. Hit save. I think that moves quite fast. Turn that off a second. So I need more of a gap in between. So again, control insert to extend that. Just 4 frames there, just to extend it a little bit and move the two timings apart. Then on the end, I'll extend drawing 1 for the same reason. So it sits on the final drawing before they start to open. Let me just check. The playhead is on 76, that's on the end. And let's preview that. And I'm nearly ready for another cup of tea soon, I think, so I might have to take a short break. But I'd like to get this finished first if we can, this part. Yeah, so that just gives a little hint of the movement there. Still a little bit quick, and I quite fancy having a third light going past. So in between, I'm going to add a couple more frames. So, bump. So that's a small pause, and then I'll duplicate these two again. So let's do control insert there. I'll bring this key back. We want to have the same sort of pacing. Let me just insert a lot of frames. So that's where it stops, which is the equivalent of that one. So let's copy these two. Control C on the keys. We want a gap of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So on 67, I'll paste those keys. So now I can see where that needs to be extended to. There is where the last light goes past. Half a dozen frames, and then open the doors. So I can bring down opening doors now to actually start on 85. Okay, save and preview. So there was a small change there, I saw that. So I need to change this interpolation to not move down. So if I right click on interpolation type and set constant speed, so it stays at the top. That didn't do it. Now I can see the little arrows here, that's definitely not doing it. So let's do it the old fashioned way in the timing room. So it's the Col 5, which needs to be the spotlight. And it's the Y movement. Let's look at this here. Clicking between the keys, I'm going to see the interpolation type. So speed in, speed out. I'm thinking of making that linear, then constant, then speed in, speed out, I'll put back to linear. Then that needs to be constant. Actually, I didn't hit apply. Try again. So the first one, linear, apply. That is constant. And linear, apply. That is now constant. And linear, apply. Save. Let's preview that. So the pacing is different with it being linear. So I should really set that first. That looks a little bit slower now. So I'm going to change that to speed it up a little bit. That's not too bad. It's quite a subtle light, but I will change that a tiny bit more. Maria's asking where or what is bloom. So if I press the effects button, I was about to say, if you go to the effects room, and then you can right click and add effect, or if you press the FX button, here it is, you get the FX browser and you can filter it. I believe it was JP that mentioned it last week to me, reminded me because I forgot. So in the search bar, you can just start typing, oops, bloom. Oh. Do we have that? In the light section. Is this in OpenToonz 1.5 perhaps? Is that one of the new ones in 1.5? I bet it is, you know. So yes, that's where that is. I wanted to look at this shape because it comes up kind of quite narrow as it moves. I just want to change it to make it slightly larger. So I'll go to frame 1, selection tool, select on it, let's make it taller, a little bit wider so that you can see less of the edge of the curve. And check the positions here are okay. Place that just outside the top, that's outside the bottom, outside the top, bottom and top. Save and preview. Okay, that is essentially the basics of what I want for this particular part, for this stinger. So let me render that out. It's 107 frames, although that's because I've got this light spot here. Well, I'm not using it, so let's click on a column and delete it. There's 101 frames. Go to render, output settings, 1 to 101. I want it as a GIF from here, kitchen stinger, camera settings, make sure the shrink isn't reducing the size because I tend to change that quite a lot, so always check that, and then hit save and render. It's version 1.1 of Tahoma, so unless there's a newer version I've not picked up on, or have you got a pre-release of 1.2, I'm not sure. Bloom I seem to remember reading about. I thought it was for the new OpenToonz, but either way, you've explained where to find it. I've not got it at the minute. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're looking at, if you're at your computer now, Sodapop, if you want to check your Tahoma, it may well be just OpenToonz. Because if you've been trying both programs out, you could easily be getting them mixed up, I guess, between the two. So this will render out as a GIF. We close that window, and if I go to my outputs for this, so this is the OBS stinger for the kitchen, outputs, and we'll wait for that to appear in here. Thank you, Mr. Manley. Light spot and glow. Okay, I can't remember. I really can't remember. But the glow itself, I use the glow so much just to throw a quick sort of blurred effect on something. It's really, really useful. But I'm happy with how that came out for now. Again, this is the first pass. We may come back and change it later. No Kronos. Tahoma 1.2 isn't out yet. It's being worked on at the minute by Manong John. I know he's pulling over lots of bug fixes. He's adding lots of small fixes himself, which are looking really nice to the next version. I'd expect by the end of this month it might be out. So within 3 or 4 weeks, but I don't want to make promises for other people. But he's currently working on it, and I know he'll want to pull over as many bug fixes from OpenToonz as possible. And there's lots being added to OpenToonz right now, ready for the new release. So the new OpenToonz should be ready hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Tahoma shortly after is what I expect, 3 or 4. But keep an eye on the channel, I'll let you know when it's available, or on my Twitter, Facebook, etc. I'll let you know there too. Okay, so that's now rendered out. So back to OBS. I'm going to go to my, right click on my kitchen scene. Yep, that changes the view so you can see my amazing drawing of my kitchen. And that's the kitchen animation, and I'm going to set the transition override to be this stinger. So first, let me add the stinger in here. There we go. So stinger, and I know you can't see what I'm doing, it's in OBS, but I'll be right with you soon. I'm just trying to name this so it's clear, so I'll put in down to the kitchen, is that. I'll browse to this animation, to the stinger folder, to the outputs folder, to that GIF, preview. I then need to change the transition point to be during the center of that movement, and I'll put in 1 second. Let's preview that. And I've got a strange view of this, and you might see the same. Yeah, maybe it is just special, JP. So if I go back to my drawing room, here we go. If I go down to the kitchen, yeah, it's got the, so it's partially okay. And then change the standard transition to a fade. So if I go from my thumbnail to the drawing room, that now fades, but go to the kitchen, it should play that other one. If I right click and transition override down to the kitchen. Right, let's see how this looks there. No, that didn't do it. No, not at all, Kronos. Okay, that's not working on the standard set of transitions. So let me go to my transition table. In fact, I can bring that down into this view. It'll make it easier to set. So if I go from any room into what's now my new kitchen room and choose the transition to play, which is my new transition down to the kitchen, set, close. So now if I go to the kitchen, it plays that, but it has that funny image, so I might need to output to a different type. But the basics of it works there, and I'll have that played in reverse. Which I think I'll do by literally playing it in reverse in here. I'm trying to think if I'd need to do anything different. Yes, very likely, JP. You may well have got yourself a new version. They are really good at sharing pre-releases to share features. I'm sure the bloom is a new feature for OpenToonz, so it's possibly brought that over into the Soda Pop version. And hopefully we'll all get that on the next release. So that's the basic render of this. Let me look at the output settings. WebM is the only other option. Let me try that and see how that renders out. And see if that renders better. Because I'd like to pull this, as I said earlier, into Shotcut, apply some sounds over it of the doors closing and a hum as it moves down. I think would be quite nice. And then I'll actually use it, and I'll take a short break. I'll make myself another cup of tea, and then I'll come back, and I think I'll reverse it for coming out of the kitchen, and I'll create a new scene for that, and use a sub scene to load it in and to reverse it. And we'll take a quick look at that. It'll only take a few minutes to do that, and then we'll have a quick sketch over the kitchen and start to pull that drawing together and see how we can get that going. So it's going to go quite slow for WebM. We'll see how that looks in a second. That'll appear in that folder hopefully. And WebM is a fairly new format for having a video file with an alpha channel, so you can have transparency as we've got here in between the doors closing. But for WebM you can also include audio in the output as well as transparency, which you can't in a GIF file. So that's the preferred option. But unfortunately in Tahoma and OpenToonz it doesn't include both of those. So we'll have to see how that looks with this. Okay, so let me change the transition. And point to the WebM file. Once that's finished writing. Okay. So I'll browse to that, choose the WebM and preview that. No, that's not. Again, if I bring that down here, this is where I've set it up. So if I preview it, it immediately gives us a white background, so it's not using transparency, so I can't use the WebM. So I need to use the GIF version for now. Yeah, there's some mess in there with the GIF. Okay. Right, well I'm going to take a small break, make myself a cup of tea. So let's nip down to the kitchen and leave that showing on screen, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And welcome back. So I'm just check on the chat there. Let me pop it up, that makes it easier. How about getting this little fella up? Not seen you for a while. Let's see what we've got. What have I missed? I've got my nice cup of tea. I'm ready to carry on for the next section. Luna Borges, hello there, welcome to the stream. Good to have you with us. Yes, Durango plugins. I've been asked about this so many times and I've not had time to take a look yet. But I will definitely be creating a tutorial for how to install them and a quick look at how to use them. But I've not tried using them yet, so I don't know how easy that is or how easy it is to demonstrate, but definitely installing, I'll get to doing that at some point. Mr. Manley, asking about a guide on OBS. Could you tell me what parts of OBS you'd be interested in? Is it setting it up for recording, for streaming, for setting up different scenes, the animations, which part? There's lots of areas. I don't want to be creating a dozen different tutorials necessarily, but if they could be useful, then sure. So let me know if you're still here down in the chat, because there's a lot to OBS. I've watched a lot of tutorials myself, done a lot of reading and a lot of experimentation. So yeah, there's a lot to it. Yeah, the Durango plugins would be a great series, Tom. I've said before, I've got a list of tutorials and videos I'd like to make, but I keep finding other things that come in the front that get in the way. Things I'm working on I want to demonstrate, or like I've got the news videos coming soon for the new versions. I've still not got around to demonstrating the basics of using stop motion in Tahoma. I want to do that, but they are definitely on my list. Yeah, they would be useful. They would certainly be useful. Tom, I seem to recall that when you did that, you built those plugins yourself to be able to download them. Was there an issue with downloading them from the site itself, or was you just building because you were setting up your build environment? So would there be anything else to do for downloading them from the OpenToonz site? Yeah, they must be recompiled for each version. Right, yes. Yeah, finally caught up with the chat. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to do that. People keep asking how do you install them. Yes, that's why I keep getting the request of people saying how do you use these plugins, because it's not as straightforward as it should be. I know for a while Jeremy or Man and John were discussing whether to include them by a standard in Tahoma. I'm not sure where they got to with that question. That's right, OpenCV, that was the issue. Yeah. Yeah, I need to take some time over that at some point. It's not going to be in the next few weeks, to be honest. I can't pretend it will be, but I should do. Yes. What I'll do is, after the stream, I'll take a look down the chat and I'll remind myself about what you've said here. I'm going to copy that date down that you've posted so I can download that zip. I don't think I downloaded it at the time, or if I did, I don't know where I put it. So let me take a note of that so I can remember where to download that from. And that's for the current version 1.1 of Tahoma, you were saying, I believe. Let me paste that in there and take a quick note. But really the tutorial I'd want to give, or the video I'd want to give, would be how to use the plugins as downloaded from the OpenToonz site. So I'd need to understand that, I think, to work better. So if you've got any tips for that, please do share them. That'd be really useful. Tahoma 1.1, sure. Because I can still use your version to practice with figuring out how they work and what they're useful for. But I'd need to show people how to use the official version at some point, I think. Okay, let me pop off the chat. Had a thought while I was downstairs about the GIF issue where it goes peculiar when the door closes. Let me just run that again. If I run it from here, actually, the WebM didn't work, so I'll delete that. And if I run that GIF, see how that looks. It's in a separate window again. Yeah, it's when it closes. That's interesting. It's like on the final frame. Possibly, Tom. Possibly a tutorial per plugin. That would be quite nice, actually. Rather than having a 20-minute video for 4 plugins, have 4 5-minute videos with an initial one of how to install them. Yeah, that's useful. That's good thinking. That I'm quite happy to do so. Let me. But first, I need to figure out how to do it myself. Please do, JP. That'd be great to see. Yeah, to see, just to demonstrate what they can do or what they might do. Originally, when you just look at a plugin, it's hard to know what you can set up and what you're trying to achieve. I do remember seeing Shun's bokeh plugin video, and I saw that. He's since made changes to the bokeh. I don't know if that's live on the site or not, because I believe originally you had to draw your own shape. You had to draw like a pentagon, octagon, or what have you for the bokeh shape. And instead it's giving you some default shapes you can select from in the plugin, in the preferences. So that makes it much easier to use. So hopefully that's there in the latest version, so we'll take a look at that. But yeah, please do, if you want to post that in there, and I'll take a look. Yeah, and I'll take a look at those. And as Tom says, with the settings you use, that'd be a huge help. I'm going to step into... Well, keep chatting about this, by the way. I'm going to step into that sub-X sheet. And what I'm going to do, I was wondering if by opening the doors a tiny bit and closing them, that's what may have caused the issue with that flare up in the colours. Because it's definitely a GIF issue, because if I go 1 frame at a time, I suspect I won't see that here, because I didn't see it in the preview. I think it's definitely a GIF encoding issue. Yeah, now with the new version, Tom, you don't need to add a shape, so you don't need to create a separate vector column. Brazil says hi. Well, England says hi back. Nomo Drummer, welcome to the stream. So let me just have another quick preview of this on my second screen to see how that looks. In fact, just so you know what I'm looking at, let me bring it over. To here. Here we go. So I'm looking at this animation here. So purely when it closes, not when it opens. Because as soon as it touches closed, there, it's that flicker. It's that flicker. So let me try it without that flicker. So let me step into that. I'm going to copy those keys so I don't lose them. Just place them over there as a copy. And instead, I'm going to remove the 4 keys there for the bounce and just move the closed key to the end. In fact, I'll leave it on 13. They're still interpolating, so for simplicity, let's delete the keys. So the doors close and stay closed, so they haven't got that flicker. So that's that. If I step out of here, close that, save, that's fine. And I'm going to just generate a GIF of that, just that one small part. So let's go from, say, we can leave it on 1, but only through to 30. Change that to a GIF. Give it a separate name and save and render. Nicholas, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Good to have you with us. It's great to see new names on the chat coming to say hello. Yes, I believe in OpenToonz, Tom, the plugins folder isn't there. You have to create the original blank folder, which is just crazy, that why you wouldn't create a blank folder if you might need it. Let's see how this looks then. No, when it closes, you've still got that effect. So that's strange. So I wonder, step in, if there's something to do with the mat, the way the mat's joined up somehow in the GIF. So what I'm going to do is, once the doors are closed together, I'm going to copy the original drawing, insert a column, and place it in front of the drawings. So we'll see them close, boom. And then we only see that one drawing and not the matted effect together. Let me, in fact I can stay in there, I don't need to step out of that. I can do it from 1 to 17. Save and render. And we'll see how this looks. I know there's 1 or 2 issues with rendering to GIF. Using frame 1 is sometimes an issue, which is a bit peculiar. And if you're drawing, say, just a stick figure moving across, you get the previous frame drawn with it. And that's something that needs to be fixed in OpenToonz and Tahoma. In the general chat section. Great, thank you JP, I'll take a look at that. Again, I'll take a note so I don't forget. Yeah, I'll take a look at all of those. That'd be really useful to get to this. Awkward Pain, thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, it does. It's okay for small GIF images if you've got a background. It's really handy to have. And some of my overlays here, so if I just pop a couple up, so I've got details of the streams here, that's an animated GIF, and that works perfectly fine because it's got a covered background. But sometimes they just don't, and it's really annoying. I wish it could be fixed. Also, because I'd like to use sound with the images, using a WebM, if that was a possibility, getting that fixed, that would be a really useful one to fix as well. Let me just save these notes away so I don't accidentally lose them if I have a catastrophic issue on the stream. Good, okay. So let's see how this looks with the image in front of the others. Still does it. And it's when it's closed. It's like it's using the alpha. You can see the circles, that's the original alpha setting of the colour, because it was a different shade in the centre going outwards. We turn that off before one of us has a fit. Yeah, I don't know why. Awkward pain. I'm having a pain from this at the minute. It does just not like to render in GIF sometimes. And at the minute, without having WebM working, that's the only option. Apart from rendering, actually I'm saying that's the only option, apart from rendering as PNG images and then assembling them together in a video editing program like Shotcut, which I've done before. So maybe that's the way forward. Because I was going to convert a GIF to a WebM to include audio anyway. So maybe I just do that. So let's go back to where we were. I'll delete it. I won't use the undo, because undo and back with animation keys I know at times can go wrong. So I'll copy the keys to the end. Copy, oops. No, the undo's not working there, so let's let's just place this back manually again. Type in 0 to there. 2 frames later, I want the match right. To lock that, just to open a little bit. Put a mark in for the center point, there we go. The matte left, to open a similar amount, and then back to the center. For both of them. Okay. And let's quickly jump into the timing room and adjust that. So it's the match right X. Open this view. Then we'll quickly make this a little bit wider. We'll make that bounce a lot sharper, and this one a little sharper, and the same for the matte left. We'll make this bounce a bit tighter. Bring these handles in. So we can see where that's moving there. That bounces out, smooths out, and again closes quite sharp. Save. See that? I think that middle position needs to be a little bit further apart. Let me check. I'm on the right column, so I'm on the matte left. So open it a little bit wider, and the same for the matte right. And let's see again. Okay, save that. And put that back to the spreadsheet view, back to the 2D room. Let me step out of here. So turn off the preview and just look at the timing. So it closes, the light moves up to 3, pause, and then it opens. So one quick preview in the actual full preview window to get the effects coming through. Let's see how that looks. It closes, bounces, and we get the light reflecting and then it opens. I might need to change the opening to make that a bit neater, but we'll again can come back to that. Okay, so this time hit save. Instead of rendering a video file, change the output settings to be a PNG. In my outputs, I get rid of the number 2 stinger. I'll leave the number 1 for now, in case I want to go back to that. And let's render frames 1 to 101 as a PNG. Change its name so it's slightly different from the PNG here, from the GIF that I've already saved. Kitchen dash stinger. In fact, it's down to the kitchen because of the way the lights are moving upwards, and then we need another one in reverse to have them moving the opposite way. So save and render, and if we go to the folder, we'll see all the images. I can open that folder. Here we are. Okay, so it's already created a blank file for them ready. Now it's rendering into it. Yep, crash. I thought so. Got stuck at 59%, and that's why you hit save and render and not just render. So let's reopen Tahoma. So save early, save often. Save as often as you can, just in case things go wrong, but particularly before rendering. Okay, let's close that. It's opened on a different window. Bring that back down, and then open up the recent scene file, that one. When you say soda pop to change the GIF resolution, do you mean the resolution of the output file or the quality resolution? Because that's one thing I didn't look into. If I go to the output settings and choose GIF and then options, it's on 100% scale, so that's not changing. It is looping, which is what I need it as one playthrough, but looping works fine either way. Generate the palette, yeah, that's all good. So let's try again. PNG, down to kitchen stinger, and if you'll excuse me for 2 minutes, I've just heard somebody at my door, so I need to nip off shortly. I'm back. Okay, that was mad. Yeah, I had a delivery coming today. I thought it might have come later on this evening, because they often do come in the evening time. So I had to rush off. What have I missed? What have I missed? Yeah, saving images rather than video files is often a good idea. But for me, if I can get away with creating just a GIF or an MP4, it's easier to create it in one go rather than having to post-process to connect them together. Sounds like you're having fun there, Maria. Where did I get to with this? Let me go back to details. I'm going to delete these and start again so I know exactly what I've created. I've lost track here. So down to the kitchen stinger, PNG, save and render. Right, and then I'll open Shotcut. And I'll bring that onto the screen. And for those of you that haven't seen Shotcut, you'll get to see it and hopefully it'll work smoothly for you. I know last time I tried to add images as an image sequence, it was really slow of adding the images at the beginning, but then was fine once they were added. So we'll see how that works today. But firstly, let me take a look using the preview pane to see if it's still got the same issue. So here, it's where it's closing. If I just go down one at a time, close, and it bounces open, and then closed again. Right, so that's not showing that bloom effect that we had before. So I think these images are okay. So it is the GIF compiling that is the issue. So that's fine. So let's minimize that. We'll come back to that shortly. Let me drag in Shotcut, which is the video editor that I use, and it's free to download, and it works for everything that I use any kind of video editing for. So from all my tutorials, or putting together small video clips, animations where I combine scenes, or everything is done through this one program. It's a great program, very, very capable. Just notice we've got black there and then white here, so we'll see how that looks. So select the first drawing, hold Shift and select the last drawing, and then drag them into the playlist and see if it'll accept all of those. Here they are. I've got a feeling, I'm going to cancel that a second. So I've got a feeling, no, we'll never cancel it. I've got a feeling that I just had to add one of them to get a playlist for them. It's been a while since I've added them. I was hoping that the GIF animation would just work straight away, but we'll have a quick look at this. If it doesn't work, I might go away and try and figure it out off stream, so you're not having to sit and wait while I try and figure it out. So if I find drawing 1, there. And if I go to the properties for that, you set it as an image sequence. Now it reloads the image sequence. So if we go back to the playlist, if I drag that in for a video track, it should have all the drawings together. So let's see how that looks. That's just taken drawing 1 there, so let's click that, and in properties of that, tick image sequence. Aha, okay. So now I've got that on the timeline as an image sequence. I hit play. Okay, it's a bit jerky as it's playing, but it doesn't have that bloom, which is good. Let me hit save, make sure I've saved a copy of this. OpenToonz Stream Projects, OBS Stinger for the kitchen. We'll save it here of compilation. Is that Yvette? Yvette, welcome to the stream. Glad you made it. Good to see you. And now that's playing like that, I wonder if I can then go to the export and from here choose. I could choose GIF if I wanted to, but if I try WebM, there we are, WebM, which I've not done from here before, so it'll be interesting to find out how it works. And then again, I'll hit save, and for the codec, give it 100% quality, and then hit export. Save it in the same place again of Stream Projects, Stinger for the kitchen, and then we'll name this down to Kitchen Stinger. At the top right here, you'll see the job working. And it shouldn't take too long to go. Enyo-san, welcome to the stream. It must be that time of the day where everyone can join us. So good to have you with us. Okay, we try again. I'll leave its name for now in case I have to keep coming back. I've not tried exporting WebM before, so I don't know if I need to set up another codec for that. So again, I may have to check off stream. How are you doing today, Enyo? So let me change this back to, if I can export a GIF from here. I've only used MP4 from here, so I am crossing my fingers slightly for some of this. Let me make sure I've got the right name. Okay, so this was bound to happen. So let me go back to my standard. If I go from the left here, WebM VP9. Let me just, I'll keep trying. Let's just keep trying with some of these. And see where we get to. One of these is bound to succeed in the end. Yep, there we go. We've got this moving. So WebM VP9. I remember before in the past, I've chosen the encoder from the right-hand side. That doesn't set up all the columns, the audio, the video correctly sometimes, I think. And that's to allow you to mix and match and set up specific encodings that you want. But choosing from the left-hand side, you get an initial default setup, which works a lot better. So that didn't take too long to do once we figured things out. So let me go back and change the video file in OBS. So if I go to the properties of that, and then bring this down so you can see me choosing. If I browse to, it's got video files, it's got WebM there. We just check I've saved it in the right place, actually. Open this up. There we go. Stream projects, kitchen. Stream kitchen. I'm in the output, so come up one, and it's there. So if I go back to my OBS window, and it's not an output, come up one, there it is. So let's see how that looks with the 1000 milliseconds. Preview that. So that's still shown, the H shown black in between instead of transparent. So it's not rendered out the transparency. Has my hair colour turned black? It's probably more black than brown, but these days there's one or two grey flecks in there. With the lights here, that's showing up, that's more light than grey, I promise. But it's sort of a browny, black, darkish colour. Plus it looks different because it's so short, so I shaved it off a few weeks back, because we still haven't got the hairdressers open in this country yet. So yeah, so it's a funny colour, so good luck. Pick any colour you like. Golden Slime, you're back. Good to have you here. Yeah, it does look quite dark here. I'm looking at my other screen there. Yeah, it is quite dark. Not intentional, not coloured. So yes, it's not got the transparency. I'll save those. But this is because when I was looking down here in the PNG in the outputs, these looked like they weren't transparent too. So the first one was black, these are showing white. So I might need to investigate on transparency from OBS, from Shotcut, potentially. There may be some options. I'll have a quick glance down the options. Audio and other. Oh, that's just a detail of everything. So in here somewhere there might be an option to include an alpha channel. So I might need to Google a little bit of that. Configure that. No. Okay, so I'm going to leave that there like that, I think, and we'll come back and I'll figure out the exact settings to render that out. But I'm pretty happy with that so far. It's just showing the center. It's having an alpha. I mean, if I select on it and go to properties, anything in here? Yeah, no, I need to come back and take a look at this. Yeah, so I think I'll leave that right there. So we'll close that down. Back in here, I'm just going to rename the project file. So instead of being compilation, that can be called Down to Kitchen Stinger. When I look back at my files, I know exactly which one is which. So I can change that later, and because I want to have an up from the kitchen as well. So let me do that now, the up from the kitchen, and I'm going to quickly put this together as this current scene but in reverse. So let me go back to my startup pop-up, and I'll say to people that every time you want a new scene or a new project, start from here. You can use the menu commands, but I think it's too easy to get lost in which project you're working with and in which scene. So I'm in the same kitchen project, and this scene is going to be up from the kitchen. And here I'm going to load as a sub-scene the original kitchen stinger. So I'm going to rename that to be clearer. And if you remember at the beginning, I said that the names of the scenes and projects you can rename later. So we'll do that right now. So I'll rename this to be down to the kitchen. And sometimes you can't rename or copy delete files if you've still got Tahoma running, but that was okay. So try again, load as a subscene. So I'm going to load down to the kitchen. I'm going to import or load. I'll choose load. For now, I don't know if import actually works within the same, if the scene's in the same project. But as this is only a quick, rough put together, we might decide to change it and work differently or create a brand new scene. For now, I want to demonstrate one small thing. So here you can see the drawings of the scene where it closes and then that moves up to the end and then the doors open. So I want that in reverse, literally in reverse. And if I zoom in, you can see the drawing numbers or the numbers of the subscene. And now this is all in, collapsed into one subscene. You can simply highlight them all by clicking the top bar and right clicking, and from the edit cell numbers, choose reverse. And it simply reverses all the numbers. So now if I play it, it closes as before and the light comes down. So it's just to reverse that playback. Hit save. Hi there, wannabe. No, they're all just on YouTube. I don't use Patreon yet. I've not moved over there yet. I've considered doing so. I don't really have the time to offer or to put into the rewards to offer out. So I don't think it's really worth it and not really fair to ask people to contribute. I mean, while you brought it up, I will mention that if people want to contribute, they can do to help me out. For instance, they could buy me a coffee if you want to, if you found my videos, tutorials useful. But there's no obligation to do so, and I've got sort of nothing to offer in return in general, and I've not got the time to put together to offer what I'd like to offer really, which is additional tutorials, behind the scenes footage, external cameras recording what I'm doing, the projects I'm working on, that kind of thing. I've not really got time to do that at the minute, so no Patreon for me. But the live streams are all over on YouTube, and if I go to my channel here, take a while for it to load up. Can't remember if the lives are shown separately on the main front page. So if I bring this over here, but down below, here we are. Oh, just to get to the bottom, you can see the past live streams here in a single playlist. So I have put them together in a playlist with the latest shown first. So this one is last week's and then the week before's. So you can see the progress of putting together the Bugs Bunny cartoon, the straight ahead challenge that I worked on, the very first one of the year where I discussed my plans for 2021 and what I wanted to get out of this year, which includes putting these streams together and the content of these streams, and then it goes back for a few more before that. But if you click on the link of the past live streams there, you should be able to see them all in a single playlist. Just there. So that's all the videos we've got so far. So 6 months ago was my first live stream. Various things I've shown on there, demonstrated some features of OpenToonz and Tahoma, and done a bit of drawing and animation. So yeah, take a look. Okay, so this plays the animation in reverse. So I'm just going to render this straight out. 1 to 101 as I'll do it straight to a GIF format. This is going up from the kitchen. I'm just thinking, rather than creating a separate scene, one thing you might have been able to do, where you can set your playback speed of frames per second of 24, if you put in there -24, it may well render the scene backwards in reverse. It's something worth taking a look at. Because on the play bar here where you've got the FPS, if you put a negative value in there, it plays in reverse. So if you just want an exact reverse copy, you ought to be able to put a negative number in that box. That's something to consider. But for me, I will want to do something slightly different later. So we'll just render this out from here now. Save and render. So this will render out to the output folder where those drawings are and the other animation. So that'll appear in here. But yes, rendering out at negative FPS. I've not tried that yet, but it ought to work. So I'll just add this into OBS and assign it to one of the rooms. Wait till it gets to the end. Let me bring that up so I can see where it is. So it's going quite slow here, and you might even be able to reverse it using your favourite video editor. But for me, it's just a quick way to pull in the output from the previous scene, reverse the frame numbers and render out. But I may later change the timing or change some of the background or something in it. But for now, this is a good way to get it out, I think. Just finalising that off, so hopefully that'll be there. Here we go at the bottom. Okay, so now if I go to OBS and I'll add oh, Soda Pop, what are you doing to me? Yeah, you drop it into the Discord, let me know when it's there and I'll have a quick peek. And I dread to think what you've done. Dread to, but looking forward to seeing it. Okay, so let's add a name for this stinger. Let's see what the last one was called so they stick together. Down to kitchen. Okay. So call this one up from kitchen. Shortcut is very simple. I really like it. It does everything I need for editing video and with image sequences. There he is again. Hello. It just does everything I need really simply. There's a couple of features I'd love to have put into it, and I keep meaning to add a note and drop a note to the developers to try and get that done, but I haven't done just yet. But aside from those two small things, it's a really capable program. So again, we'll set this to be 1000 milliseconds. We preview it. Yeah, there's still that flare. Must be something to do with the alpha channels. Must be something. I mean, the image is a PNG that I'm bringing in, so that will include some alpha settings. So potentially I could load the image as a JPEG or something maybe, or even a TIFF. So convert it to a TIFF, then add it in. That might work. So that might be something I'll take a look at. That's okay. I'll press OK for that. And then in OBS, I'll go to the new plugin called Transition Table. And now I'll add a transition specifically if you're moving from the kitchen through to the drawing room, then play this new stinger of up from the kitchen. When you go from the kitchen to the drawing room, play that one and set. Close. So if I go down to the kitchen, that's there, and then when I come back, and the lights go the other way as I come back up. So the basic principle is there, so that's working really nice. I think I will have a quick check on the image format type, see if that helps. Yeah, one thing, Maria, I'd love to be able to adjust the timing. I mean, We're here to talk about Tahoma and animation today, but if you've got any questions about Shotcut while we're here, do ask them, and if I can help, I will do so while we're on here. But you can adjust the timing of a clip, but you do it in a text box. So its original timing is one time speed. If you want it twice the speed, you put a 2 in the box, a 3 for 3 times. But sometimes I want to adjust the speed to fit a certain width. And I'm changing it from 3.1 to 3.2 to 3.15 to get that exact spacing right. And it'd be nice to be able to just click and drag and extend or reduce the spacing of the clip so you have the same thing played but with different timing. I think that'd be really, really useful. No, I'm unlikely to be offended, JP, so feel free to do what you like. You'd have to be quite mean for me to be offended, so push it as far as you need to. That's fine. So let me see the best way to do this then. So if I open up another program, so I've got think about the easiest way. The easiest way, I've got an old copy of PaintShop Pro, so let me use that. And then I will load this image into here. So I imported it, so it'll be in extras, that's the one. So if I load that over here, that's a PNG. Then if I do a save as, and there could be easier ways to convert it, but this is a nice quick way for me to do so. And I've got a lot of choices here. I'm thinking something simple like a TIFF. Yeah, so if I save it as a TIFF image, save, that's now a TIFF. Does a TIFF include alpha? I'm not sure. We'll find out. So now I've got that, I will load my original scene, which is it's not the kitchen stinger, I renamed it. Down to the kitchen. If I go into one of these sub scenes, this is the one, and then in here I'll drag in my TIFF image. And the easiest thing to do is to drag off to the side the original image, put this one into that column, yeah, okay, and I'll do the same on the left. So I'll copy or move all the original images out of the first 17 frames where the animation is being used. I'll select the TIFF, I'll copy and paste it in there and extend this for 17. And then I'll select a frame, I'll choose copy, close this, and then at the end, let's step into the other subscene. And I'll paste it into there. Take a copy, I'll move that out of the way, paste it into there. So now the first 17 images of opening and closing are using this TIFF image, not the PNG. I'll save that, step out, and then we'll render this, hit save, output settings, and we'll render this as a PNG, as a GIF, and see how it looks straight from Tahoma first. Yeah, okay. So this is down to the kitchen. Let's call it -new, save and render. And then we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, mainly, Maria, for the extension of the time or the changing of the timing, I'd want to use it for when I've been doing speed paints. So I've sat down and recorded me doing some drawing or animation, and I want to put a speed paint to the timing. So I've created, say, downloaded a piece of music that's 4 minutes long, and my speed paint is 3 hours. Now I'll just have to adjust the numbers to slowly shrink the time down that speed paint is shown for. And it can take a little while to just finesse it and get it exactly fitting that time. Whereas if I could just click and drag and stretch it down and then find out it was at 12.5 times speed or what have you, and it fits, that'd be a much easier way for me to put that together. And while that is exporting, let me take a look at the Discord. Is it on there yet, Soda Pop? The Discord server was closed for a while. Let me see what we've got. There's the Django plugins. I'll take a look at those shortly. Okay, that's almost finished. But yeah, shortcut. I can't talk about it enough, to be honest, and this is why I always suggest it when people ask what video editors to use, because it is a fairly straightforward thing to use. There's 1 or 2 things to learn about it, like any video editor, about how to do certain things, applying effects, adjusting times or what have you. And I've found one of the useful things is a combination of using the locks to lock a track so it can't be edited, and then also on the toolbar for the timeline to choose one of the options for, I can't think what it's called, so your edits affect other tracks, video and audio tracks, so that as you move one you move the rest, or as you edit one you edit all of them together. That's really useful, especially then if you lock a track so you can't edit that, but you can still edit 2 or 3 tracks together. It's so powerful, it really is. Okay, so if I go into the outputs, let's see what we've got for this new GIF track. Down to the kitchen new. Let's see how that looks. No. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, that's a different wrong. So I think I did the first part wrong. I didn't seem to change the second one. So yeah, so there's a bit more to look at for that, I think. But that was interesting. Let me take a look inside the closing doors. Double check on the FX room in the standard stage schematic. Aha, that's disconnected itself. That won't help. Let me just play those. And again, if I go to the FX room, that will be the same. Yeah, it is. So I've not got that as the source. So let me straighten that up first. So moving these nodes around, I find helps a lot to really understand what you're doing. If you can see things in the right order, it's just a lot clearer. Okay, that works for this one. So let me close that subscene and step into the other one. I suspect a similar thing has happened. So no, that should be opening. So the right's connected to the right, the left is connected to the left. That's good. Yes, great, Maria. Yeah, locking the music track. That's the main one, to be honest, that I do lock, because I'll have a music track running through the background of the whole video, and then I'll be editing parts of the visual elements. So allowing that an edit to ripple ripple edit, that's what it's called. So allowing the ripple edit to go across multiple video tracks but not touch the audio track is useful. But yeah, glad you found that. Yes, Golden Slime, yeah, I'd seen that Futurama used Toonz. I don't know how much they used it, because obviously they used a lot of 3D effects for the ship moving in the background and get the camera moves. But yeah, I used Toonz a lot. I'd love to know precisely how they did. If there's behind the scenes video somewhere, that'd be great to see. Okay, so that's working correctly, so they're all connected right. So let me just check on the level settings for those two to make sure they're using that TIFF, which they are. Yeah, both of them are, but it still had that kind of bloom sort of effect. So let me just render one more time with this, with the same settings. And I think once we've got a few of these done here, I'll have a quick sketch over the kitchen to get my ideas on screen that I've got on thumbnail on paper, and then I'll call it a day today. I'll finish a little bit early today than usual. Okay, so let's click on the new animation. I wonder if TIFF is the right video format or if it should be JPEG or BMP, maybe. It's a bitmap file. We might try one more video format type and then we'll see what it looks like. Yeah, that's still got some mess there. And maybe it's just playback of GIF files. Maybe they're just not very good for large changes. Yeah, maybe so. I think I need to experiment with that. But the main point is if I again play them both in OBS with a bit of sound effect of kind of the lift moving and the doors closing, I think that's going to be fine. Just to change between those two scenes there. So I think we'll call that okay for a first pass, and more work to be done. For sure, and there's definitely more work for me to take a look at during the week. I'll experiment with a few things, and next weekend when we come back we'll see what we've found out and we'll see if we can get it looking a bit neater. So we'll leave those two scenes as they are, and then we'll go back and open the kitchen. Back to the kitchen room. Okay, so that's the kitchen scene where I threw a quick scribble just to have an image in the background to put into OBS so we can see it working. So let me get my thumbnail here. So yeah, so I had a few thoughts of what I wanted to have in this kitchen, and what I wanted to do was to have, I wanted a scene that made sense. So I thought, often when I'm pausing and leaving the desk, it's to go and get a new cup of tea. So I thought, start off with a kitchen scene. I want to have a kettle that's boiling, so possibly a bit of steam coming out with my mug next to it. A window to look outside, and I want to be able to have different seasons outside. So throughout the year, I'll change the background of that to look different. I'd like to have some movement, so the tree will be swaying in the wind, that kind of thing. I'd like to have some space inside for the kitchen utensils, so I can have a few pots on the shelf. I think showing the front of the oven, possibly with a timer on it, maybe. And somewhere on the screen, I need to have my back in 5 minutes sign, which would be something like I've got here. So I'll do a quick sketch of the rough layout, and once I can see that, I can then mull over it to get a feel if that's right, and if we want to change it. And then next week we'll come back and I'll draw that in neat, add a little bit of animation, and render that as an MP4 video file and put that into a scene in OBS that I can use at break times. But I've just seen a message from Soda Pop. And it comes with more warnings and provisos, so let's see. Let them see if you're going to make me cry. Mr. Manley, you found the Discord. Excellent. Good to have you with us over there. So let me send my little party emoji after you. There he is. Okay. Which room is it in there, Soda? Oh, it's here in the general chat. Oh, you've gone for the nose again. Ah, my big nose. That's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, no, that's a nice caricature. I like that one, so thank you for that. I need to find somewhere to put all these little drawings I've got. I did think about in the background of the live stream of the main logo there somewhere, possibly like a little rogues lineup, possibly. Hang on, let me give you a little thumbs up. There we go. Yeah, actually, one thing you've done there just reminded me. On my little character that I've got everywhere, I've not got my glasses because I created him like 2 years ago or something. I need to pop him a pair of glasses on at some point. I probably need to redraw him, sort him out, change his hair colour maybe. My hair's a bit short at the minute, but that's coming back. But yeah, I need to take a look at that. But yes, thank you, Soda Pop. Appreciate it. Feel free to do a caricature, anybody, any sketches, send them through. Love to see them. Okay, let me take off this piece of paper so I can see what I'm doing here. Alright, so it'll only be a short sketching session. So that was kind of the initial picture just to have on here to give us something that's moving. So I'll ignore what's there and we'll start a new sketch column using a standard raster level. And I will name this one. Hit save, so we're ready to get started. He is Maria. Is contemplative. Yeah, is contemplating very much. Oh, stop looking at it, Darren. Okay, so let me first off add a raster pencil brush, and I use the standard pencil brush that I always use. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so let's just get the rough spacing first. So I was thinking that down here somewhere is going to be like the bottom of an oven cooker type thing, and then on top here we'd have a kettle, and I've got no reference at all, so I'm just sketching what I'm thinking, and I'll get some reference before I do this properly. So if that's there, I need the back kind of like here. Must remember to use these straight line tools. Oh, you can't use the straight line tools on the raster brush. That's something I forget every time. I need to work out where my vanishing point is. Sorry, I'm just looking at my the little Darren sketch again. Ah dear, thank you for that. We'll come back to perspective in a minute. You should really start with that first, but I'm not going to. I want to get the basic gist, and then halfway across I'm going to have like a window, I think. Then up here, what I was thinking was having like a shelf, and on the shelf we'd have a couple of pots maybe. to contain things in. Some would have lids and others not, because then there could be a character popping out. Because as I said, I'd like this to be a moving background, an animated scene, perhaps like 4 or 5 minutes animated on playing on a loop. To give me time to wander off and get a cup of tea, but to have things happening here. So there might be something in a pot whose head pops out, takes a look around. The kettle would have some steam coming out of it maybe. Something would happen outside, that kind of thing. I'll just get I'll get the perspective right later. I'm not precious right now about this. So I'm thinking on the front of here, this would be sort of a glowing red, being an electric one rather than trying to draw flames and a gas, maybe, I don't know. Like that. I'll have one of my cups here, ready for a cup of tea. And then I was going to have some drawers. I was thinking over here. So again, they could possibly open up. I've only got the rough idea in mind, not the detailed idea, which is why I wanted to get something down on paper today. Again, perspective, I might have the undershelf. I'll figure that out. And then yeah, then we're going to outside, but obviously there's always going to be a tree. Possibly with something in the tree. Draw a sink. Yes, golden slime. They possibly will do. Yeah, I'm not going to think. I was concerned. I was thinking about this before. You don't often get hobtops near windows like this. So I wasn't sure about the positioning of where I wanted to have the kettle. If it's going to be on a cooker or plugged in electric kettle, or how it's going to look. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, a couple of clouds they'll go floating by. A bush or two out here, maybe. Perhaps a little swing in the yard. I don't know. Maybe sort of swaying backwards and forwards a little bit. Yeah, maybe a sink. I don't know. I need to work out the position, so I'll change things around again later. Because I need the cup next to the kettle, really. So let me move these drawers over here a little bit. Make them a little bit smaller. Cat. Go for the chilled cow animated scene look. Chilled cow? What's that? Is that an advert where you are, or TV program? Not sure. Not sure what that means. I was thinking of a cat jumping as the kettle shoots steam. Oh, drawing a cat jumping. That's quite. That's a lot to do. we need to bring it down a notch on the animation ideas. I want to make it as simple as I can initially. The most I'm thinking is, let's say, a head popping up from the window outside, or something in the pot. The steam will be moving, something swaying. But yeah, we could later move to an animal walking outside or doing something. Well, I can't have a Darren drinking tea yet because we haven't made the drink. So I was waiting for the kettle to boil. But I did think, if I had this on a running timer, I could actually have the kettle boil. So for 2 minutes it gets warmer and warmer, steam slowly starts to come out, and then the pot could pick up on its own potentially and pour into the cup, or there could be a silhouette. We could have me silhouetted, you know, just my arm comes out to pour the kettle maybe, I'm not sure. I'm unsure if I was going to have me in there or not. I don't know why I'm wearing a big dress. Perhaps that's where I go when I disappear from here, I don't know. Let me throw something in here. But yeah, other ideas, keep sending them my way. I'm still deciding quite how this comes together. Oh, a bird comes to the window to respond to the kettle. I quite like that idea. As I don't want to have too many mad ideas that I can't actually animate. I'm trying to think how the best way to draw a tap, it kind of comes towards us, but let me just scribble something in for now. That'll be fine. Just to give us a rough idea. Oh, okay, chilled cow. Let me take a quick look at that. Yeah, I was thinking sort of along the lines of these video clips you get. Yeah, the lo-fi radio, where just somebody drawing on homework and they just turn a page, something just happens in the background, not a lot changes. I was thinking that kind of a thing just for a few minutes, just to give something to look at. While I've gone, yeah, the lo-fi, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I was thinking of. I also actually, while I'm thinking about it, I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, I wanted to do a few different backgrounds for different rooms that I'm actually working in, and one of them was to include like the back of a drawing tablet just here in front of me. So it'd be a line kind of coming diagonally here as the back of the drawing tablet, but have it kind of a cartoonified one to fit in with the channel. So when I first come to this room, it can pop up, sort of animated with some squash and stretch and doing, and be sort of sitting here in front of me as I do my drawing. So that was another small thing I was thinking about doing. Just make this a bit less dress shaped. You just thin that out a bit. Okay, so I've got lots of space here. Across the side. Golden Slime, how you have locked alpha on your brush settings up? For sketching, I don't. Oh, the lock alpha tick box here. This is something I talked about towards the beginning of today's stream. Last Friday's video, I discussed how if you've got a My Paint brush and you go to the settings for it, at the bottom there's a lock alpha option. But then I found out since then, earlier today, Rodney from the Discord server mentioned that that's matched by the lock alpha option on the options bar. So if I tick that, that means you can only draw where there's drawings already on screen, and that matches the lock alpha slider, so you haven't got to go through the settings. But if you go to a non-My Paint brush, you don't get that option. So those options on the bar are only for the My Paint brushes, so these are different options on here. And I saw the lock alpha and eraser option before, but I think I was using a brush where they didn't work and I didn't quite understand them. But he mentioned today on a standard raster level, if you've got a My Paint brush, ticking lock alpha means you can only draw where you've drawn before. Okay, so I've got a shelf up here unless I make things larger here, there's space for another shelf possibly to have things on. So we'll work out a thickness for this shelf, and add that on there, and work out the perspective to draw it properly, of course. And the same if we have a second shelf, we'll do the same for that kind of thing. With some things, maybe some books on this one, some cookbooks, and I'm drawing them all sorts of shapes, but who doesn't have them in size order? Largest to the smallest. Little box there just to hold the ends up. Well, ideally, Soda Pop, it should be it's a scene for me making a cup of tea. So this is the animation I'll play when I go for a break for a few minutes during these live streams. And I thought I'd put together a small animation for that, just to play in the background, as you say, a bit like the Lo-Fi Girl, just with small bits of movement, nothing too much in there. I could always come back later and add more if I want to. So I could add any kind of characters doing whatever we like, and I intend to sort of change this over time to add almost like Easter eggs, little things that you may not have noticed before, popping up. So let me just pop a little fella there, just from time to time, just to change what you see in here. So I'm just trying to think about what might be useful to have on screen to A, look interesting for a background, B, give me space to animate things around. So here, for instance, you've got a bush and a tree. You could have the tree swaying a little bit depending on how thick I make it, or the swinging a little bit, possibly. And also for C, to allow me to add things afterwards. So having a window means we could have things, a different scene outside. So I could change the scene entirely, or when we get to winter, it could be a snow scene outside. I can have different things coming onto the windowsill, that kind of thing, just to keep it different each time. And it's one of those things that I don't need to do. I said this earlier, it's 100% unnecessary. I could easily do what I had before and have that back in 5 minutes. That's all you need. But we're an animation channel, so let's do some animating and practice, do some drawing and animating to get better. Because the sketch here, as you can see, is like a 7-year-old sketch, but it's only the rough placement and ideas. We'll get it neater later. But I wanted to get the basics down on screen today, which I can then come back to during the week and think about what I want. For you to give me some ideas of what you think could be useful for the scene because it's a kitchen, or useful for the scene because it's an animated interlude. And also by next week we can then jump in and make this neat and create a nice scene to use. You're typing too slow there, Maria. Yeah, that was one of my first thoughts, because I was originally, let me go to a new drawing, was going to just have a kettle, like, quite large. Something like this, and have it, maybe do some flames on here like this, and a cup over to one side, and have that's a Darren Tea cup, so that would be, as we were discussing last week, about having a submerge in there with my name on the side or something like that. I might have a play around with that on this, and have this as either a static image or to have some steam coming out, a little bit like we did the dust particles last week for the dragon when he slows down. That was one thing. Very likely, Tom. Yeah, I'd like to change it a bit more regularly than ever over 7 years. So I was thinking of this originally, but then I thought, well, if I zoom out a bit, I can have some shelves and I can put things on there. Maybe I can do little sketches of my pop figures, my little pop toys over there, and pop them on here maybe. And now I got to thinking, actually pop a window in the kitchen to get a different scene outside, because that could be massively different if I wanted to. Futurama ship. I like that. I'm gonna. Oh, what does he look like? Now there's a question. It's been a while. His feet won't be out when he's flying, but yeah, I can't quite remember. There we go. Yeah, a Futurama spaceship would be quite good. That'd fit in with the other videos I plan to do. Yeah, so we could easily do that during the Futurama times. That'd be quite good. That'd be really nice to have the window actually being a bit of a view on what we're working on. So while I'm working on the Futurama project, have either the ship or some of the characters, like having Kif pop up here by the window, or somebody. So once I've drawn Kif or Zap or somebody, Zappa, have him pop his head up above and peek out from behind the tree after 2 or 3 minutes of this playing or something. Yeah, that'd be really good. I like that. When you say time warp, Tom, what are you thinking? Having like a time warp effect in the window, where the whole window changes. A kettle spaceship. We could have like the Futurama ship as the kettle. Yeah, so changing the kettle each week as well, or across numbers of weeks. Yeah, exactly, Maria. Never-ending sketch. That's the point. I could just have a single image. I could just have words back in 5 minutes, or even just leave a plain screen. But having the way more of a scene for an animation, I think is again for me is more enjoyable to have. I certainly did soda pop. Yeah, the geometric tool rotation. I watched the videos for that. Excellent. At first I thought he's only done rotation, not position, and position's more useful because, for instance, if I choose the geometry tool and pick a circle and I want to place a circle in someone's face, so again let's start a new drawing. So we've got a head here like this. Oh, you can't use that brush, you have to use a standard brush. So let's draw a circle, and you want to draw an eye, so you do that and you do the second one. If you then want to draw the pupil, if you get the circle for the pupil in the wrong place and it's off-centered and you want it right in the center, you've then got to use the selection tool, reselect it and move it over, or start again and draw another one. So you might want that and one in the very center. It's off to one side and it's not quite right. But if you can draw the circle and then hold shift or control, I think it was, and then reposition the circle in place, that would be so useful. And it's a feature I've seen in Critter for a while. There's a keyboard shortcut in Critter where you can draw out a circle, hold a key, and then place it where you want on screen before you release and before it draws it on. So that'd be really good. Yeah, but that'll be for the next version, not for the upcoming one. Oh yes, I see, Tom. Yes, it looks like it's been drawn by a 7-year-old. Not that it's been around for 7 years old. Yeah, I can't sketch at the minute. I'm not sketching anything different than I always have done since I was little. So I openly admit, that some of my sketches look very ropey, but they're there to give us the basic layouts of objects on the screen. I see. So what else have I got on my sketch here? Yeah, so I had the stinger sketched out for the rough movement there. That's right. So I was thinking as well about a stinger rather than where I've already drawn it of you go down in the like the dumbwaiter and then back in the dumbwaiter. I was potentially thinking about the steam from the kettle making the whole screen white. So you get lots of clouds coming on the screen, making it white, and then you get a squeegee going to wipe away the steam from the screen to then transition that back to the other scene. So that was also a thought I had, and that's what I noted down here. Tom, excellent. That also goes back to Futurama, of course, the first episode, where they see the time lapse, or the first few episodes, where they explain. Yeah, no, the first one, they see the time lapse of him when he's frozen in the pod. And you see the buildings get shot at by aliens and they go down and get built up, like in the time machine. So yeah, that window could be a window on the world to include that perhaps alien spaceships come around. Let's get some classic 50s sci-fi alien spaceships, and they shoot down parts of the scene, and then we see the buildings building up. I could well just be building a background for this break forever and not working on anything else. There's a lot we can put in this. But as I say, I really like the idea of bringing things into this scene that were built for other projects. So when I go back to working on the Futurama project, and I draw a character or two, having them appear in one or two places, or a background from them through the window. I mean, maybe we could potentially have a like a blind covering the window, and that can lift up, perhaps, or curtains opening to let you see different scenes. But yeah, this window suddenly turned into a lot more than I was thinking of originally. I like it. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, that's exactly why I'm here on the stream, doing this here. Again, I need to work out the perspective of where I need to draw everything to, work out the vanishing point. Sorry, just having a little peek again at the little Darren you drew. Okay, so what else do I want in the scene? I'm sort of thinking that's going to be enough for today for me to think about things. Yeah, I need to work out some of this perspective on there. There's a lot of empty space here, but if I should bring something over. Rod Taylor. The original Time Machine film is what I'm thinking of, with the large seat with a big dish behind him. I think that's the same one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, with the mannequin changing. I mean, the new version of the Time Machine I quite liked, to be honest. I like the way they explained a little bit of why things changed on Earth as well. That we started mining on the moon and that exploded, which affected how the moon changes our weather and weather patterns and the sea moving and what have you, and that affected Earth and then broke down society and that kind of thing, kind of implied from the moon exploding section. I quite like the newer one, but the original one's still very watchable, still really enjoy that. You check, 2 dislikes, is there? That's fine if people aren't enjoying it. Oh yes, that's fine. Can't be helped. It's not for everyone, I guess. Some people want things to happen a lot quicker, or they're expecting maybe more of a tutorial. I don't know. I'm not here for the likes on YouTube necessarily. I'm here to spend some time with you guys and to do some drawing and animating. So what else is in my sketch? So I had a plant possibly. I had like a plant pot in the corner, so that could be growing, or Venus flytrap heads on it as well, I was thinking. let me just again, I want to just scribble some things down so when I come back to this tomorrow, the next day, I've got a better picture in my mind of what we might have. Now the window goes all the way off to the right, but I could cut it short. I could bring it inside the frame, but I'm quite happy that going out of the scene. Everything else seems quite small. The main part of the scene I originally thought of and wanted was having the kettle boiling, because usually this is shown when I've gone to make a cup of tea. Thank you, Soda Pop. And I appreciate all of you as well joining me. It's good to have you here. And it's good to have your suggestions as well, as I mentioned to you the other week. It's not a one-way conversation by any means, so it's good that you all hang out. So yeah, I need to have a mull on this of what else we need. Any other thoughts, anybody, before I close this down? Because I was never going to draw this fully today because I hadn't got the ideas clear in my mind, and I want to try and, as I say, make this almost a central part of the stream of what we do, to do this and then also to add the scenes to the other areas. I mean, while we're here and Benji being so nice, let me quickly show you my other couple of sketches that I did early this week. So where we go to see videos from last week. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene transition. Let me just change that back to fade to go quicker. Okay, well, I'll take a look at other videos and your images from Discord up here. I had my page on the whole screen before, and I brought it up to the corner a little bit. But I did consider... Hi there, Marcel. A stinger is the transition between scenes. So currently I've got it set to fade. So if I change between two scenes, that's two layouts of what's on screen here. The screen just fades between the two, like this. So instead of just using a fade, a stinger is where you can play an animation that plays in front of the screen and then transitions to a different layout. So this needs some more work, but there's this one. So it closes and it's like a lift or elevator as I move to a different room to the kitchen, and then when I come back it would play again, but in reverse perhaps as we're moving. So it's an animation to change between two transitions of the screen. Audrey 2, I do like Little Shop of Horrors. It's one of my favourite films. Where would she go though in the screen? Whereabouts do you think she'd go? Just leaving the windowsill as a baby Audrey 2, perhaps? There's some... my opacity's turned down, it's realised again. There's some slowness on the drawing here. I need to really take my time a bit. Yeah, it's quite dark. That's fine there. Audrey does want tea, but she prefers blood. She wants some drop or two, so could perhaps do something with that. Yeah, I can picture the little Darren Tea sticking his arm up, squeezing a finger, and a couple of drops of blood into Audrey's mouth. Is that a bit too grim? I don't know. Yeah, so I thought, Marcel, while I'm doing these streams, the backgrounds are quite plain, and I've not really got anything apart from the shared screen I've got here and myself, of course, and the occasional overlay, like this little chap who comes on sometimes to help me read some of the comments when I've got the comments shown up here. So he has a read of them with me. Go away. Thank you. So there's those sort of overlays I put on, but the rest of the screen is kind of plain. And I'd like to add a bit of background, just to add a bit of atmosphere to the stream, to add something to it. So I did a quick sketch with just a few lines of this room here to the right of a library, I was thinking, and create myself a large chair to sit in and a desk with a couple of things on it, books on the bookshelf, and then a screen that you can pull down that we can then show the drawings on maybe, and your videos, your animations, and anything else I want to show up there, I thought might be quite nice. And then the other thing I had a quick check with was going down to the basement to put your chat on some sort of like a TV screen. It's quite a large one here. I need to reduce it down. So yeah, so I thought about doing that and having a sort of basement room with a TV in or something. Put me over there. Just to have somewhere to look at the chat, somewhere different, just to, again, add a bit of interest. Let's go back here, back upstairs, to different rooms. So I'd have thought about doing something with that. But I'm starting off with the room of be right back. So when I nip off to get another cup of tea and leave you alone for 5 minutes, I want a little animation room here. Possibly with a baby Audrey on the windowsill. So if I just zoom in a tad to this, and that's added a line that I don't want, which sometimes happens. Let me little shop of horrors. Bloop. Bloop. Finlay! Hello there. Glad you could join us today, but we're about to break off soon, I'm afraid. We're almost at the end here. Just thinking about any other ideas for this scene. So it's a kitchen scene that I want to have small animations running along while I'm not in the room, just playing in the background. So I've had loads of good ideas today. That's why the screen's quite full. There's quite a blank area here, folks. So do we need something else there? I could possibly move the sink over. Let's just do that for a second. Undo that. Try again. Just like to get the shape wrong sometimes. There we go. Bring the sink over towards the middle perhaps, and then that leaves room on the side for more side things, like if the plant was down here rather than in the windowsill maybe, or something else. So maybe do something with that. I thought about making this larger, so let me hit save. And then extend that drawing, and on frame number 2 press the D key to duplicate this drawing so I can make changes and leave the original there. So I could potentially make all of this larger. Try again. A problem with the selection tool. And then reposition that. So get the scaling a bit better perhaps in there. So I might do some of that. So yeah, I think there's enough there for me to think about. One thing I've just thought is these two boxes I originally sketched thinking they could be pop toys in there. Like my let me just go and grab one of them. So, got Kowalski here, one of the penguins. Oh, there goes my screen. That'll settle down. Takes a second to settle down there. So him, little Kowalski, I could potentially draw him on the shelf I was thinking. But also, what they reminded me of was a picture So I could have a picture frame maybe up here, and again that could change week by week. Yeah, whatever. There we go. Save. So I could have a little picture frame on the side to change. That could be nice. And potentially what I might do, I could choose a picture or two from the week on Discord maybe and share that in there. Quite nice. So it wouldn't be hard to regenerate the video once a week with a different image in there. So either on a frame on the shelf or a picture on the wall maybe. Yeah, somewhere up there. This might move on up towards the top rather than being right above where the kettle is. I don't want this to be too full necessarily, but yeah, some sort of picture frame could be really nice to be able to share some of your art that you've been working on during the week. I think that'd be quite nice to see up there. I need to work out the position. So hopefully by next week I'll have got more of an idea in my head of what I want for the initial layout for this room. And we'll come back in future weeks and re-add spaceships and extra human eating plants and whatever else we decide to put into the scene. But I'd like to have something initially available the next week or two. One thing I've realised I've not even got yet is my actual reason for this room, and that's to have the sign to say back in 5 minutes. So that'll be just on the side here somewhere, perhaps. I thought for a while, Maria, about trying to the best way to show off the pictures people have worked on or animations people have worked on Discord and that you've kindly shared with us. And I did trial a couple of months ago. It's since Christmas, just after Christmas, I think. I tried putting together a gallery video of the pictures back to back, but that took too long to put together, and I couldn't quite get it working in a quick, smooth way to be able to do each week. And that's why I present them now in a different room to show them off. Yes, Julichek, I was thinking that as I was saying it. Actually, I was thinking that I didn't want to say it out loud. But I was thinking potentially caricatures or fan art could appear as well at some point. But that's quite busy there now, looking at that from here. I could easily just remove one of the shelves, for instance, and have only one shelf in there. We don't want it too packed and too busy, nor do I want it empty. I'd like to have enough in there to keep busy, things to look at, because if someone just joins the stream as this appears on screen, it gives them something to while away the time. Maria, thank you. Yes. The blinking light was really just for the trial for us to see something on the screen on here today while we was looking at that page, that screen. But I was thinking of some sort of a clock. That's right. I was thinking either was a number of things. Either a clock down here under the oven, so it'd be like a digital readout. Let me bring that up here. That'll make it easier. Either this kind of thing, or somewhere on the side an actual clock, and then having like a countdown moving, or have the second hand moving around, so you can see some movement in some way. Yes, exactly. I don't want it all it can't be too animated with everything just moving, catching your eye. However, I don't plan to have large movements, maybe a spaceship or two. That's later. But on the main scene, I don't plan to have large movements, just some life to the scene. So as I mentioned earlier, if there's a thin tree, maybe have that swaying in the wind, the clouds slowly moving across the background, steam coming out of the kettle in little puffs now and again, that kind of thing. And like an egg timer, that was the third option on there. Awkward Pain was going to be a egg timer with sand falling down. So the idea is that when I take a break, it is only normally for 5 minutes, just to grab a fresh cup of tea, maybe have a biscuit to keep me going, because I get hungry near tea time. So if you can see this progressing and you get used to how long it takes, it's quite nice to see how long I'll be before I come back. As I say, the main reason for this is when new guys join the stream as it's already begun. So for you already watching the stream, I'll be saying I'm back in 5 minutes, and then I'll play this, I'll go and get my cup of tea. But if you join the stream while this is on screen, I don't want a static image, people joining in for a minute and not knowing when I'm coming back and just disappearing. I'd like you to know where I'm going to be. So this back in 5 minutes sign here, that needs to be really clear. So maybe I need to make that larger. Actually, Tom, the countdown timer is kind of what I was doing with the digital clock or with the sand timer, not so much with the actual clock. In that I was going to put the sand timer in, set it up to empty the sand in 5 minutes, give me an actual 5 minute block, and then maybe you can turn around and, in case I'm a little bit longer, but I'm likely only going to be 5 minutes or so. But having the clock, digital clock here on the front is also useful, because you can see how long it is since I went. So if I say back in 5 minutes and the clock says 4 minutes 50, you know I'm due back any time. So that's kind of is the whole point of this, so you know when I'm coming back, so all the people know that when they join, something's going to happen, and also to give you something to watch and for me to have a play with over time. So yeah, I wouldn't do the countdown in OBS. In OBS you can, it hasn't got its own countdown clock, but you can share portions of screens, and I've done that before on the giveaway stream, where I gave away a couple of access to the course, and I had a web page with a countdown clock on, and then I shared a portion of that on my screen in the corner, which worked really well. But I think what I'd do is I'd build it into the animation, to be honest. It's not hard to do. You could even build the countdown clock as a separate overlay animation to go in front of the other, so you could build that separately. So yeah, I'd do something like that, I think. But I need to have a good clear think about what's on my main screen initially, and I think I'm not going to get the answer immediately. I don't think I'll decide on it and get it right the first time. We'll come back and edit this a few more times, I think. So I'll try and make sure I build different elements in different columns in different levels, so that I can take a column out and edit it easily, rather than drawing the whole shelf and all the items in with the background, so it's all in one flat level, and have to then delete it or cut it out. If I create the elements on different levels and columns, I can hide them, remove them, replace them much easier. And all I want is a first pass in here to get the elements, some elements in place, have it running. I've not tried GTS, no, Soda Pop. I've seen it. I've seen it hanging around, but no, I've not done so. But for this, I think doing everything inside OpenToonz is kind of, or in Tahoma, it's kind of my raison d'etre, as they say, my reason for being. It's to demonstrate what you can do inside the program. Even though you could use OBS for the timer or other programs, I'd like to try and get it all in one. However, creating it in different streams, in different scenes, would be useful. So for instance, I could potentially do the outside in a different scene, import it as a sub-scene, and then just draw everything else around it so I can replace the outside much easier with a different scene. Yes, I've not tried scanning. I don't really draw on paper, so I've not tried the scanning yet. And I believe you have to use an Epson. It's a specific scanner. You have to use an Epson scanner. I've no idea why, with train drivers being as they are, you should be able to use any scanner. But no, I've not needed to scan things in, scan images in. And even with like sketching on paper, I have taken a photo with my camera and just added the image on that way, and that's been fine. Or as I've done today, just redraw things again. Yeah, because I've not tried animating on paper, so this works fine for me. So if you have any thoughts during the week on this, do pop them in down to the Discord, send me a message, or pop this video and put them in the comments down below, and I'll take a read of that before I come back next weekend. And next weekend we'll come back and I'll start on the final line work and colouring for the basics of this kitchen room. And as I say, I'll try and be clear and put elements on different columns and levels so I can more easily change my mind and then just throw parts away if I don't like them, and then get some of these ideas in there for some of the background elements and some small animations. I'd like to have some little animations moving in the background, just to say, to give this some life. So I'm going to leave it here for today. So thank you for joining me. I think we've got through a lot today. I've certainly learnt a lot, and I need to go away and do something else to figure out those stingers, the transitions in OBS, to get the renders out of OpenToonz Tahoma to work better with that. And hopefully by next weekend I'll have that running. So I'll be back next Saturday, I believe. I will confirm during the week. Yep, absolutely Soda Pop. I've heard a lot about that. So I don't really draw on paper that well. I really like the benefit of sketching on the computer, overdrawing to get a neater sketch, overdrawing again, and as Golden Slime said, my favourite part of inking, absolutely, doing that over the top. So we'll get to that next week and do some of that. Yeah, I'd love to, and I'd like to, as I said at the start of the year, spend some time to work on my drawing skills, feel more comfortable drawing on paper, because then you can work away from the computer. It's a different medium altogether, but most of the time, as I am now, working on the screen works for me, so I'll be doing that. And as Golden Slime says, next week we'll do the neater lines for this, we'll do some inking and colouring, and hopefully a bit of animation, and get it running live. So thank you everyone for joining me today. And now see you next week for another stream on Saturday. And that's a Darren Tea. Have you always wanted to animate but didn't know how to start, and software seemed expensive and difficult to use? Well, with OpenToonz, it's free, powerful, and once you know how, it's easy to use. And it's my mission to get you animating with it today. Hi, my name's Darren, and I've been teaching OpenToonz for the past 3 years, showing thousands of students just like you how easy it is to animate with. I'm cutting through the jargon to show that anyone can animate with it. And by the end of the course, you'll be able to animate traditionally using OpenToonz. And the course is designed for students brand new to OpenToonz, as well as those new to animation. So take a look at the free lessons I've offered below, and then why not sign up and join me animating traditionally with OpenToonz.